Good day, everybody. Madam Clerk, I call this meeting to order.
Okay. Attorney Brown?
Attorney Brown.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. Commissioners, we will request a motion to go into executive session for the discussion of real estate.
Motion to approve.
Madam Clerk, I have a motion and a second, and we're voting.
I think that's it here. Yeah. That motion carries with Mr. Franum, Mr. Brandon Garrett, Ms. Francine Scott, and Mr. Wayne Guilfoyle out. Okay.
Thank you. We are now,
Revised vote. With Mr. Franum voting yes and Mr. Guilfoyle voting yes. So that's 8-2 with Ms. Scott and Mr. Garrett out.
thank you, Madam Clerk. We're now in executive session. Ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate your patience. We'll be ready to start here in just a few minutes. Sorry for running a little late, but we're about ready to get started here in just a minute. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Madam Clerk, I'd like to call this meeting back to order. Attorney Brown.
Thank you. We would request a motion to execute the closed meeting affidavit.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, voting.
Mr. Johnson, Jordan Johnson. Well, let's see if he wants to. Commissioner Johnson, would you like to participate in the closed meeting affidavit vote? Okay. That motion carries with Mr. Brandon Garrett and Ms. Francine Scott out.
Attorney Brown, are there any motions as a result of the closed door session?
There are no motions, sir.
Thank you, sir. This meeting's now closed out. We're prepared to move directly into committee meetings.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to call public services to order. If there are no questions from my colleagues on the committee, I'd like to consent the following agenda items. Number 6, number 7, number 8, number 9, number 10, and number 12. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 12. Can I get a motion? Oh, I'm sorry, and 13. I forgot there's one on the back. 13. Got a motion?
Are you adding 13,
Yes,
sir?
ma'am.
Okay.
Got a motion and a second.
Okay, I didn't, we were talking.
Motion, second. Commissioner Guilfoyle, Commissioner Bobby Williams.
Williams, okay.
Voting, please.
It's unanimous.
Okay, if we can go top down, start number 1, please.
Okay. Ms. Walton, is she in? Or Ms. Carla DeLee? Okay.
Brian Kepner, Deputy Director of Planning and Development, Planning and Licensing Divisions. First is a new ownership alcohol application. Request by Deepak Kumar Patel for a retail packaged liquor, beer, and wine license to be used in connection with Liquor Locker 214 LLC, located at 214 Boy Scout Road. Planning and Development and Sheriff's Office have recommended approval.
Is Mr. Patel here? Could you please come forward to the mic and state your name and address for the record, sir?
Deepak Kumar Patel.
Speak in the mic, sir, please.
Deepak Kumar Patel, 214 Boy Scout Road.
Okay. No, what is your home address? I'm sorry.
1221 Arcilla Point, Augusta, Martinez, Augusta.
Okay. Mr. Kepner, is there anyone object to this petition?
Is there anyone objecting to this application?
None noted. And this is a current location, sir, renaming? Is that correct? Okay. Can I get a motion to approve, please? Can I get a second? Second. Got a motion and a second. Voting, please. Anybody's wondering, it's the old Harbins. Thank you, sir.
It's unanimous. It's unanimous.
Agenda item number 2.
All right, number 2, a new location, a request by Christopher Banks for an on-premise consumption liquor, beer, and wine license to be used in connection with Another Broken Egg, located at 1095 Alexander Drive, Suite 100. There will be Sunday sales.
Okay. This is next to the Kroger Shopping Center, if anybody's asking. Yeah, go ahead and give your name and address for the record, sir.
My name is Chris Banks. Address is 175 Atlanta, Georgia.
Okay. Mr. Kepner?
Are there any objectors to this application?
None noted. Can I get a motion to approve?
So moved.
Commissioner Williams?
Yeah, he said Sunday sales, is this a food cafe or something?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay.
Are you seconding it, sir? Okay, we got a motion and a second. Voting, please. Oops, sorry. Look forward to a bright spot.
It's unanimous.
Okay, number 3, this is a new location, a request by Venkatana Chowdava, wow.
Good try.
Veraput, for a retail package beer and wine license to be used in connection with RK Foods Mart located at 2618 Peach Orchard Road. This is a new as stated, it's a new location.
Yes, sir. If you could state your name and address for the record, please, clearly into the mic.
Hi, sir. Venkata R. Chaudavarapu, 2618 Peach Orchard Road, Augusta, Georgia.
Your home address?
2418 Northall Drive, Augusta, Georgia.
Okay. Hold on just a second. Is there anyone that objects, Mr. Kepner? None noted. I got a motion and a second from the Commissioner on the 8th. Voting, please.
It's unanimous.
Agenda item number 4.
Number 4, this is a new location, a request by Africa Thomas for a retail package liquor, beer, and wine license to be used in connection with Dang Daiquiris, doing business as Booze Pops, located at 3062 Damascus Road. Again, Planning and Development and Sheriff's Office recommend approval.
Ms. Thomas here? Yeah, there she is. Please state your name and address for the record, please.
Africa Thomas, 411 36th Street, Fort Eisenhower, Georgia, 30905.
Thank you. Any objectors, Mr.
Any
Kepner?
objectors for this application?
None noted.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Voting, please.
It's unanimous.
All right, agenda item number 5.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Agenda item number 5, Mr. Daniel New, regarding transient occupant confusion.
Okay. Ms. Bonner, when this item was discussed on July 18th, did we say that we were inviting all law enforcement here as well?
Well, the request was to have a representative from the sheriff's office as well as the marshal's office, and I believe they may be in the chamber. I know,
Okay,
I
yep.
see the marshal's representative.
Okay.
Is there a sheriff's office representative?
No. Okay. All right. So I guess we'll start, Mr. New, if you want to come forward. If you have any, I know we've kind of discussed this a little bit, but I'll let you set it up, and then I'll ask the marshal's department to come forward and give a.
Yes, thank you. My name's Daniel New, address 1100 Abernathy Road, Suite 725, Atlanta, Georgia, 30328. I want to thank y'all again for bringing and discussing this issue. I did send members of the committee email with some additional information regarding the Georgia Supreme Court case, some of the best practices, and also some of the defining differences both in the Georgia Code and just overall taxes that you all have created. We do have our president and CEO, Laura Lee Blake, who is an attorney by trade, to go into and answer any questions on our behalf regarding the Georgia Supreme Court case. And I believe that is it. If we have any questions.
Yes, can you state your name and address for the record, ma'am?
Yes. Laura Lee Blake, President and CEO of AHOA, 1100 Abernathy Road, Suite 725. That's Atlanta, Georgia, 30328. And as Daniel said, thank you again for allowing us to address this. I would like to just address 3 quick points, especially for those who have not had an opportunity to look at the email. First, the Georgia Supreme Court case. This was Efficiency Lodge versus Nissan. Actually is very instructive here, and the reason I say that is the facts in that case are markedly different than what we're looking at here in Augusta. In that particular case, individuals had been staying in an extended stay hotel for 2 years or even longer. And they had signed a contract that said it was for an innkeeper and guest, but the Supreme Court looked at it and said, well, wait a minute. 2 years or longer, they're living in this hotel. Maybe we should remand it down to the lower courts to look again at what the law says on the differences. So that's what happened there. With respect to our AHOA members here in Augusta, that's not what they're facing. These are short-term, usually a week, maybe 2 weeks they're staying, maybe up to 30, 40 days sometimes, but they're going into the hotels, then they're refusing to pay, and they're continuing to stay, and they cannot get them out of the hotel room. So very different situation. Another key fact in the Georgia Supreme Court case is when the parties signed the contract, there was an open date on the end of the occupancy period. Here with our Augusta members, they put in firmly the last day that the term is up for the guests to stay there. So again, very different. Another key item I'd like to address is that definitions matter, especially for tax purposes. For our Georgia hoteliers, they're paying some important taxes. They're collecting $5 per room for their hotel rooms, plus a 6% hotel occupancy tax. If in fact they're classified more like apartments or condos, then they shouldn't be collecting or paying that tax. And we presume that the city of Augusta does not want that to happen, does not want them to stop paying the taxes. So these definitions matter. And then third, I'd like to just address too that we continue to provide best practices along with the Georgia Hotel and Lodging Association on how to set up these contracts to make sure it's clear, to put in the final date of occupancy. So this is clearly not like this Georgia Supreme Court case at all. One other thing I will quickly mention is I know last time there were questions about research that we had done. So as Daniel mentioned, I am an attorney by profession, and I looked at cases first around the country. Including coming out of Arizona, out of Kentucky. An innkeeper has no duty to keep one who has lost their status as a guest. A guest is not entitled to stay indefinitely. I think that's common sense, but there's court cases out there across the country that reinforce that. I also look quickly at what's in the Georgia Code. So under Georgia Code 16-7-21, it's on criminal trespass. And criminal trespass includes people, and this is subsection C, includes individuals who remain on the land after they're no longer entitled to be there, which we would say is happening in these hotels. There's also the Georgia Code sections defining an innkeeper and a guest. Now, with respect to what Augusta as a city can do, I did note that, for example, in Norcross passed some special hotel-motel ordinances. They were having serious safety issues there, and they did it for the health, safety, and welfare of the guests and the people in the city. And I would suggest Augusta could do the same thing here. If guests are overstaying in these hotel properties, there are health, safety, and welfare issues for the other guests. Out of Morrow, Georgia, there's a Chapter 12 Code of Ordinances for Hotels and Motels. I found this one particularly interesting. Section 9-12-2 talks about law enforcement. And in Morrow, Georgia, they give the law enforcement authority to enforce all provisions of that chapter. And this includes everything from a guest who's making a false registration to a guest who might be using false information to even register with the hotel, to a guest who's occupying it for illegal or unlawful purposes. And then they include penalties. And so I would suggest that a similar analysis could be here. If guests are overstaying their welcome, refusing to pay, criminally trespassing, Augusta could enact an ordinance using these provisions, again, to give law enforcement an opportunity to enforce it and to issue whatever penalties are necessary. Okay. So just in closing, Again, the Georgia Supreme Court case, I know you had a lot of opinion or a lot of questions about that initially. I think it provides direction that it does not apply to the situation here in Augusta. And we would encourage the city to adopt an ordinance that would include the language of innkeeper and guests, criminal trespass, and law enforcement being able to make sure that the provisions are being followed. So if you have any questions, feel free.
Thank you on that. Can you forward a copy of that ordinance to us if you don't mind? And then we got some colleagues that might have some questions for you as well. Commissioner Bobby Williams first.
Yes, ma'am. I'm not sure if Attorney Brown needs to answer this or the lady who's speaking. I forgot your name. Has the state law changed?
As far
The state law that prohibits us from doing, and the sheriff, going and not arresting people and what have you, that's more of a state law situation rather than a local law situation. So has the state law of Georgia changed? I know you said there was a court case, but has the state law of Georgia changed?
Well, and so let me address it this way, and then I invite your city attorney to state it as well. What I'm talking about here was in Morrow, Georgia. They actually had a city ordinance that gave law enforcement the authority to enforce the provisions of their hotel motel ordinance. So to my knowledge, the state law did not impact that. So I am not sure exactly what state law.
Well, I'm not sure about how they did that because, as we stated the last time you were here, we cannot direct or tell the sheriff what to do. So unless the state law has changed, there's really not much that we can do until that changes. May I ask Attorney Brown?
Attorney Brown.
Any changes or any insight with that?
No, there's been no change that would empower the commission to do anything it has not already previously done in this matter.
Okay.
The sheriff is an elected official. He's the chief law enforcement officer for the county, including all of Augusta. And his discretion as to the executions and arrests that he makes, according to his interpretation of the law, along with his advice from counsel.
Okay. So she said she's going to give us something for Morrow County. So can you give us your take on what they did on, is it Morrow County? Can you give us your take on what they did there? Or is that just a smaller entity than Augusta, Georgia, and they're not under the same auspices that we are?
I have not been presented with any, with the ordinances of Morrow County. That was not a state provision. That's something that pertained to Morrow County, which is not in effect in Augusta, Richmond County.
Yes, sir. So we're still under the same state law, and we still have the same sheriff's department who, my understanding, has kind of refused to get in the middle of this. Chairman, are we going to have the Marshal's Department to say something?
I'm going to give Mr. Probus in just a second. Let's get Commissioner Guilfoyle, and then I'll give Commissioner Gallup.
Okay.
And can I just address that very quickly? I don't think, I'm presuming in Morrow County, the commission is likely not directing the sheriff or anything to do any particular activities, but yet by having, I would suggest that by having the law in the books, giving them authority to enforce the provisions of the city ordinance, that might be a step forward, that at least they would understand they had the authority to do so. So just a thought.
And one last statement. I understand, I think this may be the third or fourth time that you guys have been here, but unless something changes, there isn't anything that we can do. If you give us something tangible that we can put our hands on, that the attorney can take a look at, then we will. You know, my heart goes out to you if, you know, if I own some land or something, somebody just comes out and sits on my land and I want them to go and I can't make them go. I understand where you're coming from. It's just that you have a state law that's kind of in our way, and we don't have the power to direct the sheriff. We give him his budget every year. He does what he wants to do with it. But you know, we want to help you.
Okay. Commissioner Guilfoyle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, can I pose this question for Ms. Bonner?
Sure.
Ms. Bonner, did we reach out to the Sheriff's Department and request her presence today?
Yes, sir.
And they did not show up?
For lack of a better word, it's been non-responsive.
Surprise, surprise.
Thank you, Ms. Bonner. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask Attorney Brown a question.
Sure.
Mr. Brown, as far as the ordinance that they put in place in Morrill, Georgia, as far as the health and safety of the guests of the hotel motel, with them already vetting the process, is there any way that we could get a copy of it and put it on the next committee so where the commission could look at it and try to make some kind of effort? At least we would have something in place so that the sheriff would have something in his tool chest to say, get off the property. Without an ordinance in place, the only thing they could do is say, hey, would you be kind enough to leave? Not unless they get a signed declaration from the owner for them to be removed. So is that possible, Mr. Brown?
Yes, provided that it comes before the commission pursuant to the commission's policy about creating ordinances, which means it has to be placed on prior to staff acting on such request. The full commission has to approve that activity.
Okay, so I can request it from the speaker for her to forward it to us, and then we could put it on the agenda?
Yes, sir.
That's what you're saying?
Yes.
Would you be kind enough to do that? And we'd be happy to
that,
put it on the next committee cycle. Okay. And one last thing, Mr. Chairman, after the guest speaker speaks, can we hear from one of our local hotel owners, Mr. Sharma, as well?
Yeah, we also have Richmond County is here now.
Okay.
Sheriff's here. Somebody from the sheriff's office, if he wants to come forward, we'd love to hear from him next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We'll let Commissioner Garrett go real fast. You can come to.
Thank you, Chairman. If it's okay, I'd like to ask Attorney Brown a question.
Yes, sir.
So earlier you mentioned that the sheriff runs his department, basically interprets the laws that he wants to enforce or whatever, but isn't he charged with also upholding local county ordinances?
Yes.
Okay, so if we were to put in effect an ordinance as Commissioner Guilfoyle and some of us are up here are requesting, would it then be understood that the sheriff would then have an ordinance to uphold that could help out these hotel owners that are having these issues?
I don't really know if that's legal opinion that you're asking about presently, but I will try to answer what I think should be the question. Even once we,
why don't you tell me what should be the question?
Okay, I believe what should be the question is that once we pass, I'm assuming that's what you're really asking. Once we pass the ordinance, doesn't the sheriff then have to act?
That's correct.
Right. Okay. The answer to that question is that the sheriff then would have an ordinance to follow. However, if the sheriff does not arrest or act on a violation of that ordinance, it will be the same as if the sheriff does not arrest someone that they see speeding. We would not have the authority to make the sheriff execute.
Sure, I understand that.
So I don't.
So what you're saying
I do not believe it. I do not believe it will gain you anything. I do not believe there's any confusion as what the law is.
I think that there's a half room full of individuals that would say there is confusion on what the law says.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That is.
And I think that's why the attorney speaker, while she is stating that certain communities have also implemented their own ordinances in effect with the state ordinance to help clarify that.
local governments can make ordinances regarding matters as long as they do not contradict any preempted area that the state has set forth. So this ordinance cannot undo anything that the state does.
Understood. Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you. Thank you, sir, for being here today. If you could state your name and your position with Richmond County.
I'm Gerald Metzler. I'm the major of the Road Patrol with
Okay.
the County Sheriff's Office, and I apologize for being late.
No worries. We just appreciate you being here. So can you kind of speak to the sheriff's philosophy and kind of where we are with this issue from the sheriff's side?
I regret not hearing what's happened before, but I guess y'all know the history.
Can you come to the mic just to hear?
Sure.
Yeah.
I assume y'all understand the history of how we got to this point. There was a law, I believe it was in Atlanta, somebody appealed or took something to court in reference to this, and it changed how we used to handle these type of calls. These type of calls were usually, as written in the law, it was a guest or innkeeper-guest relationship. If somebody was causing problems, if somebody wasn't paying their bills, we would go, we would tell them they have to leave, and they'd usually leave without much fanfare. The options were they can be arrested for criminal trespass if the owners wish to pursue that, and in most cases they would leave because then they would lose all their property and things like that. It was much easier in the past. Well, something happened. A case was taken to a court up in Atlanta, and the courts kind of made everything gray where it was very difficult for us to understand where did the innkeeper-guest relationships start and stop, and when did it become a tenant relationship with a landlord, if you would. So it caused a lot of confusion. It was actually brought to our attention by code enforcement. They brought it to our attention. We read the law. We got a little confused ourselves, and we decided we weren't going to do that, pursue it in that manner anymore. We felt that anything more than 2 or 3 days stay in a motel was considered a tenant-type relationship, and that they would have to go through some sort of eviction process. So we basically left it up to the courts to decide how they wanted to pursue. And this went on for the last year and a half, I guess, year and a half, almost 2 years. From what I understand, the courts have recently sent it back to that same court for redress. But they have clarified some things for us, and we have talked to some of the inn owners, the innkeepers, if you would, and kind of asked them to set things up a certain way to make it easier for us to come in and say, you want these people out, they have to go. Now, whether they go or not, there's a gray area there, whether we will pursue charges or if the innkeeper will have to leave and take charges out for criminal trespass, but they have to leave. The county ordinance, I don't have a problem with that. It will make it a little easier for us. We wouldn't have to deal with sending them to get a warrant. We can actually just write a ticket, send it to Superior or to Magistrate Court. It would make it a little easier, but I don't want to add no more issues for y'all.
So you believe if we were to pursue and look at other municipalities for a county ordinance, that it probably could help you?
It couldn't hurt us. I'm not. The big picture is our jail is overcrowded. We're struggling to put people in jail, and if we do, they're not there very long, especially on these type of cases. A county ordinance would allow us to write a citation and kind of as yet another step to make them leave. And depending on whether the ordinance was made under the disorderly conduct would determine whether we can put them in jail or not. If it's not a disorderly under the, I think it's 3-7, if it's not under that code section, we couldn't arrest them anyway. So it depends where you put the county ordinance, but that gives us yet another option to pursue this.
Would you be willing to help us with this? Like, and if we were to get the ordinance from another municipality and have you at the table with our attorneys to discuss this? Okay. Yeah, I'm hoping that's where we'll go, Bobby. Commissioner Bobby Williams. Commissioner Allen Mason.
Thank you. I think we certainly owe the hoteliers and our innkeepers an answer. Number one, we are asking them to pay various fees and taxes as it relates to what comes into the city. And it's hard to do that on something they're not receiving. especially if the classification is something different than something other than a guest. So I think we owe that to at least pursue some type of mechanism where the sheriff's department office can also have some teeth in this as well, or else we'll have to start looking at something different in terms of how do we give them relief from what they're paying if they're not receiving anything. I mean, it's a two-way street. It should only be it's only fair. You shouldn't have to dole out money to the city if we're not able to accommodate you the way that we should. So I would certainly suggest, and I think that was a good suggestion, to put people at the table and let's try to figure out something locally that we could do that does not usurp state law, and that would also give additional teeth to the sheriff's office. That would also help out. In lieu of that, we need to start looking at some type of relief to give back to our hoteliers if we're not able to do at least that minimum amount.
Thank you, sir. Sir, your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, thank you. My name is Ryan Cox. I'm with Huggins Peel. I represent Mr. Sharma as the owner of Candlewood Suites. Huggins Peel office address is 7013 Evans Town Center Boulevard, Suite 502. And Candlewood Suites is located at 1080 Clawson Road, just off of Washington Road. And I'd be remiss not to mention the title of today's hearing regarding transient occupant confusion, as well as hearing what the representative from the sheriff's office is telling us about the overcapacity of the jail and the nature of the situation with an influx of a transient population in the community. What we're dealing with are folks that are guests at hotels, and Mr. Sharma has submitted to the council a couple of documents that go to the heart of what the Supreme Court decision in Efficiency Lodge, Inc. versus Neeson came to decide, and that is that a relationship of guest and innkeeper is a mutually exclusive relationship to that of landlord and tenant. Okay, so you can't have both of these. And if you look at the first document that we've provided to the council today, going through, you can see number of guests. Guests is referenced. There is a departure date referenced. There are charges referenced. And what Mr. Sharma has done is also included some phrasing at the bottom there that gives the hotelier the ability to indicate whether this is intended to be a guest of the hotel or intended to be a lease. He's also included a potential lease agreement so that in the instance that he does not foresee happening, he chooses to enter into a landlord-tenant relationship, there would be some evidence of that relationship and the intent to bind Candlewood Suites in that capacity. And the courts have said that when there isn't a lease agreement, there isn't actual evidence, that the evidence can be inferred from the circumstances. And in these situations, what we have are folks checking into these hotels, getting driver's licenses, registering to vote at the hotels, and enrolling their children for school at these hotels. And all of that indicates the occupant's intention to live there as a tenant, but it doesn't speak in any way to the intention of the hotelier to have them living there as a tenant. And anytime you have a contract, you have to have mutual assent of the parties. So what we have here are hoteliers who are operating legitimate businesses, trying to enforce their property rights, their constitutional rights. They call the sheriff's office when they need help. And because of this vagueness in the law, the sheriff's office is easily able to make a determination that our jail is full, and so we can't do anything about this, so you all have to go and get your own warrant for this issue. So I think what would be most appropriate if the commission is in the position to make such an ordinance is to really give that ordinance teeth, because a ticket to a transient person who has no ties to the community means nothing. They can be in South Carolina the next day, North Carolina the day after that, And before you know it, they're back in New York or wherever it may be that they choose to go. And this municipal citation means nothing for folks like Mr. Sharma who need immediate relief from pimps, prostitutes, drug dealers, and these folks are asserting rights as tenants that were never intended to be created. And so Mr. Sharma is faced with, what do I do? Go get my own warrant?
Yeah. Which documents do you speak of that was shared with this body? Because I don't have any documents. So, I guess, you know, if you want to, I would say just email them, and we'll get Ms. Bonner. We'll get them out to the body because we didn't have any documents as you were speaking.
Will do.
Commissioner Jordan Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Question: out of the number of folks that you're dealing with, do you have an idea about how many people fit these categories? Like, how many folks are you dealing with that you're not able to move off of your properties?
My name's Andy Sharman, 1080 Clausen Road, Augusta, Georgia. Commissioner, it's a wide variety. You know, we've run across people that have booked rooms on third-party sites that we have no control over, using, you know, whatever card you want to call them, whether Venmo, Green Dot, whatever these pseudo Visa check cards are. They get into the hotel and then they won't leave because they know they don't have to. The law's not going to make them. As I mentioned in the last meeting, we had a situation where my 77-year-old dad faced a felony harassment, state law that we noted 16-5-102 of harassment of the elderly, and nothing was done. They told my dad to go pull a pre-warned hearing out on a guy that doesn't even have an address. So what good is that going to do?
Yeah, I guess the reason I asked that question, and not to go into further detail about this, because I think we've pretty much carved a pretty nice path out. I think the reason for my question is because it alarms me that there are that number of people living in hotels. I know you have folks just kind of going from place to place doing their own thing, and I'm sure they'll get caught up in the system as time goes on. But if you're saying that they're using that address to register to vote, and if they're using that address to get their kids to school, then that tells me we have another issue on our hands that we need to be discussing here soon. But that's why I was just trying to figure out, like, do you have a rough estimate of the amount of people collectively that you're dealing with that can't leave out? Because anytime you have people living in a hotel as their primary residence, whether the state law allows it or not, that raises a much greater concern to me. Certainly, I want to help out any way that I can that doesn't call for folks being arrested. I think that the big issue here is that you have folks living in hotels as their general residence. So, I mean, sounds like a lot of issues that we need to unpack. But I was just interested, if you can get that number collectively through all the owners here of about how many folks you think fall in these categories, not the folks doing bad things, the sheriff's office will take care of that, but the folks who are actually living there because they have nowhere else to go. Okay, if you get that number to us, that'd be helpful.
My suggestion would be, we live in a pretty technological age. Y'all have a great IT department. Registering our addresses in some kind of database to where they can't be used at schools. I mean, they can't be used at the driver's license place where they go to register to vote.
Well, I don't want to go down that road, but I think if you're just able to give me that information, I think we can go from there.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. We'll wrap this up. Captain Probus, do you have anything you want to? I think we've kind of committee. Yeah, he's here. Marshall's here too. Did you have anything further, sir? Okay. So I think we kind of pretty much agreed that we would try to move forward and at least pursue some form of discussion on an ordinance and what that to give the Richmond County Sheriff's Department more teeth. So can I get some form of motion to that effect, or one of the committee members, if y'all can speak on it? Yeah, but I'd like to have a former Commissioner Guilfoyle. Can you give me a motion to kind of move this process forward in some respect?
Let's move this forward to the next committee, and hopefully we'll have the ordinance in hand so we could get it passed. How's that?
Okay. Can I get a second of that effect? I mean, second. We're going to have it on the next committee. Before then, though, I want to get all the ordinance things together and have some discussions outside of just having the discussions here, so that when we come back, we can try to make a decision to move this forward. Got a motion and a second. Voting, please. You're not voting,
It's unanimous.
If we can just make sure we have the contact information of everyone that spoke, including the sheriff representative. All right.
You have your information.
Number 11. Then we're done.
Number 11 is a motion to identify a funding source regarding the installation of the new park equipment at Eastview Park in an amount not to exceed $150,000.
Okay, as we discuss this, just to give you all some facts, there is $597,000 left in ARP and $386,500 in contingency. Those are the two recommendations from the administrator's office to $597,000 in ARP funds and $386,500 in contingency funds. Hold on, Commissioner Guilfoyle.
One question, why wouldn't this be on a finance committee?
That's a good question.
That's a great question, actually. We should put all funding through the Finance Committee.
Anything to do with funding should be under finance, and I think it'd be in the best interest of this body if we would find a funding source at the time of the motion versus making the motion, approve it, and then finding a funding source. Just food for thought for our future.
Yeah.
You confused me. You
Commissioner Bobby Williams.
I was just going to make a motion that we get it from ARP, but Commissioner Guilfoyle, tell me what you just said again.
It would be in the best interest of this body, next time we make a motion to approve of spending $150,000, that we have the funding at the time of the motion that's made, sir.
Oh, so you didn't want to move it? Okay, all right. So my motion would be to get the $150,000 out of ARP.
Contingency, $386,500 or ARP $597.
I'm trying to see here.
Commissioner Jordan.
Yes, sir. Do you have where are you reading those numbers?
I got them from Mr.
And can you read those numbers one more time? Because
Mr. Jackson gave them to me right before the meeting. $597,000 is left in ARP funds, and $386,500 is left in contingency, and he got them for finance.
So we need 150. Well, not to exceed $150,000. I'm fine with either funding source. It'd be left up to the committee, but I'm fine with either funding source. We don't need 387. I don't think that we're trying to. I mean, not to exceed $150,000 can get us something pretty nice down there. But I'm fine with whatever funding source the committee agrees to. As far as having a funding source before the motion, I mean, I'm not going to go there. I'm not. I just want to address it.
But ARP has to be used by December of this year?
Next year.
December of next year. Well, we're just trying to use it.
The only other question I would have is that, and this Commissioner Johnson, what about, you want it done in this year, what about the 24 capital?
I think if we have the ability to do it now through ARP or contingency, we should do it now.
Right.
Eastview has been waiting for a long time for this part, and I think that it'd be in our best interest to go ahead and just move forward. Whatever funding source the committee wants, I'm fine with. I just want to make sure that we just stick within this $150,000 range.
Okay.
So whatever the committee decides.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can we, Parks and Rec? Mr. McDowell, there he is right there. Wait, you want to ask a question? As far as the the funding here, $150,000, what do you foresee, or what are we going to get for that, and is this doable to do in 2023?
Thank you, Commissioner and Committee Chairman. So with the 150 allocation, we can get a full playground set with a surface to go with that. So that's usually the average number we're spending currently on playground structures. Okay. Of course, we have to go through the bid process, which that's probably about an 8-week process. Okay. So could we get it done this year? We'll be pushing it, considering the other things that we have. So if the commission elects to allocate ARP or what have you, we'll move under the auspices of what you guys tell us to do. But also, if you wanted to put it in capital for FY24, then we could still be at the same place because, again, how we got to get this thing bidded out. Plus, we got to see how busy those that are in the area that construct these type items, how quickly can they turn it around? It usually takes some time. I mean, the last one we did was out at Blythe. We just replaced that, and that was about a 6-month process. So, you know, just with logistics and the issues that we're having in the market now, as long as the commissioner is committed to funding it and getting it done, we'll get it done. But, you know, it's not really a rush, but we can get it done.
Okay.
Just how quickly you guys want to move on it.
Commissioner McKnight.
Yes, I wanted to add, here's where I am on this. We've got so many parks, and, you know, I got a call the other day about, well, our park needs playground equipment. So with that being said, it opens up a can of worms. So, you know, if I bring forth a playground in a few weeks, may I get some money for my playground too? I'm just asking. We're opening up a can of worms here.
We're dealing with this
Come
one.
on, be respectful. Okay, thank you for that. And you know, you're entitled to put anything on that agenda. So
okay, all right, I'll be doing it. Thank
Commissioner
you.
Garrett.
Thank you, Chairman. Question is for the Director of Parks and Rec. In regards to having this item moving forward this year and hopefully completed, is there any way that you could give us an update at our next commission meeting on where we stand with Riverwalk and the updates and repairs that are supposed to be taking place there as well?
Absolutely.
Great. Okay. Commissioner Bobby Williams, are you done? We got, huh?
I'll take this one.
Okay, Commissioner Jordan Johnson.
Thank you. Now, let me just say, let's take the 150 out of contingency and move forward with getting the project moved this year. We're talking about a neighborhood that's been established for over 50 years or more that does not have adequate park equipment. The park equipment looks the same way that it did when I was a kid. We're not talking about any other park. We know we need parks all over the city. Let's stay focused. We're dealing with Eastview Park right now, a park that has historically been used by everybody in this community, but it's been run down for quite some time. And this is what I mean. When we start doing these kind of things, we start talking about agenda items and this side of town versus that side of town instead of just staying focused. So if the committee could just make a motion. I'm not on the committee. Let's pull 150 out of contingency to move forward with this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I guess my only thing is why not pull it out of ARP when we got more money over there?
Well, ARP.
Okay, can I get a motion to put 150,000 out of ARP for the funding?
I've already
you didn't
done
get a second. You didn't get a second.
It doesn't matter. I got a problem with people having a problem. It's already been voted up to do it, and we're sitting up here discussing where we're going to get the money from, and the money is all over the place.
Well, can you make a motion because you don't have a second?
No, you make the motion. Cause
I can't make the motion as the chair. Can someone make a motion? I'll second it if you make the motion.
Well, if you second it, we got it.
Okay.
You second it?
I'll second
Okay.
it.
All right.
Got a motion and a second, 150 out of ARP funds. Voting, please.
It's unanimous.
And that concludes public services. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, I'm going to call engineering services to order, please. Madam Clerk, is there any additions or deletions, any additions to the engineering services agenda?
Sir?
Any additions to the engineering services?
No, sir.
All right, Madam Clerk, I would offer a consent agenda of items 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 13. I would also offer to combine items 4 and 15 as companion items.
Okay. Companion 4 and 15?
Yes, ma'am. And I would like to pull item number 12.
We're going to defer it or
12, no. Oh, yes, we're going to defer that to the, just one second.
To approve? Yes.
Me? Huh?
Did you, Chairman? Chairman, did you also add 13 to consent?
I added 12 to consent, Madam Clerk. And 13 is on consent.
Motion to approve as stated.
We've got a motion. Is there a second? We got a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Yes, and 12. Madam Clerk, can you
Read that back for
read
you.
that back to me, please? We've had a lot of discussion. I want to make sure that we're clear
Okay.
as mud.
Item number 4 and item number 15 are companion items. Those items will be pulled. Consent agenda consists of items 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 13.
Yes, ma'am.
12 is it.
12 and 13.
No, he added that to. Are you going to add it to the consent?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Number 12.
4 and 15. She wants to combine. All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, commissioners will vote by the usual sign. Yeah, I thought we had some better clarity.
It's unanimous.
All righty then. Let us go ahead and start with item number 1, Madam Clerk.
Okay. Item number 1 is a presentation by Mr. Gus Gunderson regarding stormwater.
Is he? Oh, there
Yes,
he is.
he's
Can you come
here,
on up
sir.
to the mic here and give us your name and address, please?
Good afternoon, Mr. Johnson and Board of Commissioners. I'm Gus Gunderson, live at 3260 Bath Pass.
Can you pull the mic or either come closer or pull the mic up to you where we can hear you?
At 3260 Bath Passion Road, Hesba, Georgia, 3815. We're here for a stormwater meeting. I have been a resident of Georgia here about 3.5 years. I come from the mountain area of upstate New York. We get a lot of snow up there. What the people from our area, from rural area, are asking is to have the stormwater removed from our areas. They do little or no work. They charge our people for nothing. You know, every month we get a bill. As of June of this year, Augusta had a big flood. After 7.5 years of maintenance on the sewer systems, nothing worked. You all got flooded, schools got affected, houses got affected. You know, it's we have one, Mr. Key of Old Louisville Road, 3344. His parking lot is, the company's name is Augusta Insulation. His parking lot gets flooded out. Every time it rains, he's flooded out. He has no drawer system. Augusta utilities don't do nothing for him. And the water just evaporates. You know. And what the people here are asking for is a vote by the people to either keep or remove Augusta utilities and stormwater people. It's Augusta Engineering. It's, as they do little or no work, people who pick up trash along the road, the only ones I've seen so far are the state prisoners. They pick up the trash, they do a good job of it. You know, and very seldom see anything. Once in a while in our area, somebody might mow the grass, but the people roll down to the road and roll on the county land. There's no reason for somebody to come up and dig everything up. It's just a bad thing. And where I come from, we get 7, 8, 9 foot of snow. After the storm, you get out in your driveway, you could drive down the road. That's the Department of Public Works. That's what you should have here. All done by county employees, not contractors. In the storm meeting, back in September, on 13 September, Stormwater said they got $15 million in their account. It'd be better off in your account. That's a private company. So people would just like to have a vote by the people. And as far as churches go, churches and nonprofits, if you know the Constitution, religion is free. Churches should not be charged for the size of the roof of the church. No, they're violating the Constitution of the United States, the First Amendment. So that's, and all your nonprofits, American Legion, Veterans of Foreign War, Red Cross, they're all being charged. There's no reason for that. They're doing the service. So we would like to see a vote taken by the people to keep or eliminate stormwater, or if they cannot have a vote, to take and remove the people in the rural areas which have no services from being built. I have a petition here if the county would take and accept it. It's signed by about 60 people from my area.
Is that petition different than what we have here, what you see here?
Same thing.
Same thing? Okay.
That's you have a copy of this?
Yes, sir.
Yes, okay.
Okay. Commissioner Williams.
Hey, Mr. Gunderson, how you doing?
Okay, how are you doing?
You doing all right? Okay. I get in my truck and I ride around my district quite a bit. But we still need your eyes to help identify things that need to be done. Right. So do you talk with your commissioner do you know about things that need to be done in your area?
The county should have their own Department of Works.
Well,
right.
I'm trying not to be rude. I'm asking, do you call your commissioner when things need to be done in your area?
I've talked to him about 9 months ago.
About 9 months ago.
Right.
Okay, we've had a lot
of. Here about 9 months ago. We're waiting for some type of answer.
Yeah.
People in my area keep saying we have not received an answer from you guys.
Okay. All right, we've had a lot of rain. You got a lot of growth going on. You got a lot of stuff just happening or what have you. So you said you talked with him 9 months ago. I've got people that call me every other week, let me know what's going on in their areas. If people call me to have grass cut, trash picked up, you have people that dump in your area, and they'll guide me to some area that need to be dumped, and I'll call the marshal's department or what have you. How many times, I'm just asking, how many times have you talked with 311? And the reason why I'm saying this is because you're saying that stormwater doesn't work. It works, but you know, we've got some things that we need to do to tweak or what have you, but if you call and you identify areas that need to be worked on, or if you talk with your commissioner, he'll get folks over there. He'll talk with the warden. He'll talk with 311. He'll talk with the engineering department to get folks who can help relieve you of some of those problems. And that's all I'm saying. Stormwater works, and people, you know, complain from time to time about stormwater. But if we didn't have stormwater, how would we correct some of the things that need to be corrected?
As I said before, your own Department of Public Works.
Yes, sir.
Be it a county, the county will have full control. It will have full control of monies.
Sure.
Right. I talked to stormwater people. I got a lot of false statements out of them.
Okay.
Like one of them told me, one of the engineers told me, I can drive from State 88 to Willow Springs Road on Passon Bridge Road.
Okay.
Okay? You can.
Yeah. Have you ever
Passon Bridge Road ends off of State 88.
Have you ever talked with Dr. Malik?
What's that?
Dr. Malik, who's over the engineering?
Bye-bye.
The engineering director, Dr. Malik, have you ever talked with him?
Right. I've talked to somebody in engineering.
Well, we'll connect you with Dr. Malik, who's director of engineering. He can really tell you what's going on and how things need to be done.
Well, this is it's an ongoing thing. People in our area, they don't see nobody. They don't get nothing. They mow their own grass down to the edge of the road, which is county property, right? And once in a while, maybe somebody might come by with an old tractor, cut some of the weeds on vacant land. That's about it. That's the only service they get. And there's a lot of people who live in our area. That's a lot of money.
Yeah,
I'm not going to for nothing.
I'm not going to ask you who your commissioner is. That might be me. But anyway, but what I'm about to say is that if you call your commissioner, stay in contact with him.
We've already talked. I've talked to Mr. Garrett.
You'll see some things done. I know Mr. Garrett's pretty good about doing what needs to be done over there. He hadn't said anything. Usually he'll throw a piece of paper or something, hit me in the back of the head. But I'm just saying, if you talk with him, he'll get it done.
The people in our area would like to have a vote.
I got you.
Okay. Hold 1 second.
That's the main thing.
Commissioner Guilfoyle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman Mason. I think some of the challenges that we face in the rural area, no different than when stormwater first came up, is anything south of Willis Foreman Road, anything south of basically Goshen Industrial Boulevard, there's no storm drains. There's no, per se, any kind of infrastructure. Where this gentleman lives is off Bath-Patterson Road, which is you get to it from Patterson Bridge Road, which is dirt. And he lives off of Parker Drive, which is all basically the Parker family lives throughout that community. And then this gentleman here lives off Flagpole Lot. The challenges that we face out there in the rural area, especially on the other side of Blythe as well, is that the fact that a lot of people don't understand what they're paying stormwater for, because the water that remains in the yard that actually goes into the neighbor's yard, per se, we do have some ditches, but they're not cleaned out all the time. And I just found out that it's cleaned out on demand. It's dug out on demand whenever there's a need for it. But I understand the challenges that this gentleman that's on a fixed income, that's retired, and that's facing. It would be nice if we could put it on the ballot, but that's not going to happen, I don't believe, number one. Number two, with it's already set in place, what we need to do is focus back on the stormwater program and get all the unwanted out of there to where we can provide a service. Right now, all the monetary money that's being collected from stormwater, which is $14 million, right at $7 million of it goes to employees. $4.5 million goes to subcontractors, where you got your ditch cleaning, you got your grass cutting, a little bit of infrastructure being put in, storm drains being fixed. But what we need to do as a body, focus back on the stormwater, focus back on our infrastructure, get these stormwater cleanouts fixed, cleaned out, until where we have a proper draining system, especially District 1, District 2, District 6 caught it as well. So I pay a considerable amount of stormwater for my building, and plus I have dirt in front of my buildings. So I know where you're coming from, but I also see the benefit of the stormwater. If you notice that the the millions of dollars that went in to actually help improve the system worked. Now we got to still focus on cleaning out the rest of the systems. We had a plan in place. We just got to get back to that plan. But I see that you pay $6.40 a month, $72, $75 a year.
That would be better off in the county budget than in a private contractor.
But you got to understand, with the employee, every 20 employees, that's $1 million on average. Subcontractors, they carry the insurance, they carry the burden, and they carry the equipment that they have to maintain, not the employees. That's the difference of having a sub, that you actually go through an RFP process and they deem to be the lowest sub available, best but lowest. So this stormwater, what we need to do as a body, focus on putting more money back into it, putting the infrastructure back onto our roads, and getting the waterways clear again. But I appreciate you coming. I'm actually one of your commissioners as well.
There you go.
Thank you, sir.
All right, so let me deal with the question that's been posed here, or the request, which is to place this on a ballot for a vote. Mr. Attorney, what say you?
To be received as information. I do not believe it's a.
Was there something else you were going to add, or?
Yeah, I was going to add, unless there's. I believe, I have not heard that that's the will of the commission to entertain that any further than the item that's on the agenda at this point. If you're asking me, is there a requirement of any kind, there's no requirement, of course.
Okay. Can I get a motion, please?
Motion to receive is information.
You got a motion? Is there a second?
I'll second it.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, commissioners will vote by the usual sign.
It's unanimous.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Number two, item number two.
Item number 2, Reverend Ellis Godby, regarding Renovation Solution LLC request for a consistency letter.
Okay.
Okay, Commissioner, I ask Attorney Jack Long to stand with me.
Oh, there he is, Jack. Sure. Could you please give your name and address for the record, please?
Thank you, Commissioners. I am Reverend Ellis Godby Jr. I'm the senior pastor of the historic Spirit Creek Baptist Church. The address of the church is 1782 Dixon Airline Road, Augusta, Georgia, 30906. My home address is 618 Godby Road, Waynesboro, Georgia, 30830.
Question before we continue on. Madam Clerk, I don't know, is item 2 and 3, are they companion items, or could they be companion items?
No, sir.
No?
Item number 3 is actually a petition requesting approval for a consistency letter. Now, Reverend Godby is speaking to this issue of the request for a letter of consistency. So they are companion items in sort because they're discussing the same matter, but with different asking, requests.
All right, we'll continue on with the item number 2 then. All right, Reverend Godby.
Okay. Dear Commissioners, thank you again. Members of our church and community, if it's okay with the commission, if they raise their hand in regards to this matter of renovation solutions. I'm no expert on energy to waste, but what I am an expert on is the number of members of my church that I have to visit in the hospital that are at high risk and already have health concerns such as cancer, respiratory diseases, asthma. I am bivocational. I'm a registered nurse, worked oncology for a number of years here locally at University Hospital. I currently work for Merck Pharmaceuticals, which provides treatment for cancer. Again, I am also a disabled Army war veteran with toxic exposures as well. So I speak from that standpoint. We're very concerned about this whole process that Renovation Solution wants to bring to our community. We're already a high-risk community. A third to half of the members of the church are 65 years of age and older. Many of them are already under treatment for respiratory diseases such as asthma, bronchitis, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. Many of them are being treated for different types of cancers as well. We're concerned about what this whole process means for the health and safety and welfare of our community, including plant and animal species as well, and what it's going to do to the environment and how it impacts the airport, which is right near our property as well. So we're asking and appealing to the commission to make sure that if this does go forward, that there are some safety things that are in place to make sure that this doesn't impact negatively the ambiance and of our worship. We're concerned about how it's going to impact things like baby dedications and weddings and outside events that we do in the community. You know, again, I'm not an expert in wasted energy, but again, I am an expert in talking and praying with my members in the congregation and those in our community that are concerned, given that they're already at high risk. I do have copies of some information that I can email to each of the commissioners. I have some copies here as well that speaks to the demographics. Give it to Ms. Bonner. Okay. That speaks to the demographics of this community. So again, we're just asking that you take all of these things into consideration and to ensure here's some more. There's enough for everyone.
There you go.
That you look, I'm a businessman as well, so I understand risk versus benefit, but right now we are very concerned that the risk of this plant coming into our community is greater than the benefit. Thank you.
Commissioner Lewis, you're in the chute there.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Reverend Godby, I appreciate you taking the time to come to be a part of this this discussion of this biogas facility that's proposed to come out to Dix Airline Road. We were in discussion last week. I know you were unable to be here, but I think from the number of those that oppose it or those that have concerns about it showed up in the masses on last week, and it's no different today. I don't know a lot about this particular facility or this operation of this facility, but you all are in my district. So what I would like to do is to get the applicant to do a town hall meeting or discussion to bring information, vital information, presentation of how this is manifested, how it's done, where other places that it's been done at, so that we can get some information, not just so much, those that are will be directly affected, but that the other folks that are in Augusta would like to know about the facility or the project as well. So what we'll do is we'll reach out to the applicant to set up a town hall, and we will let you know where it's going to be held and what time, so that we can gather as much information as we possibly can before moving forward to approve or disapprove of this project. But I stand with you. And I just would like to get more information as well.
Thank you.
Does anyone else have any comments or discussion? Attorney Long, did you have something to add to this equation here?
I would just ditto what Reverend Godby said, and Mr. Lewis, I agree with you. There need to be further study before this commission goes out and approves of a new fire truck or type of bus or anything. Y'all do studies and look at these facilities or what you can spend money for. We don't need to have something in Augusta where Augusta is going to be the guinea pig. And I think Reverend Mr. Lewis is exactly correct. I think there need to be a town hall meeting, and all the information needs to be presented before there's any moving forward of this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Long. Commissioner Lewis, is that something you're going to coordinate, or how is that working, so we all know?
I definitely will. I will get with Mr. Brown and planning, those that were in planning and development, and we will reach out to them to get something scheduled.
Can I get a motion to receive this as information, please?
Second.
We've got a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, we're going to go ahead and vote on this before we go to item number 3.
Okay. Quick question to the commission.
Yes.
If possible. Could we have an official motion to table all of this? Nothing goes forward?
Well,
until
we're getting there. We're getting there. Right now, this is information. Receive as information. I've got a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, commissioners will vote by the usual sign. Yeah. You got a couple things that almost look like they're like each other. So now we're going to go to 3.
Unanimous.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. We're going to move on to item number 3.
Item number 3 is to discuss and consider approving Renovation Solution LLC consistency letter request for construction and operation of renewable energy biofuel facility at 1680 Dixon Airline Road, and authorize Augusta Engineering to provide the requested consistency letter.
Okay, so just for clarity, the action that Commissioner Lewis was talking about taking is actually for this item right here, number 3, not number 2. That's why I received the other item as information, right? So it's essentially tabled until we have that type of discussion, determine what we're going to do moving forward, make sure we've heard from the FAA, the airport, the whole deal. So we're clear on that? Is there any further discussion?
Well, we need, okay, so
Commissioner Williams.
So do we need a motion on number 3? Or you just gonna
Yes.
take it as information? Okay, I'm not on engineering, so
So
one of you
motion
guys
will
will
go
have
to-
to make a motion. I was just making sure.
To move it.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, I wonder if the petitioner for this motion is here and at least could have opportunity to come forward.
Petitioner is, and would you please step up to the podium there? Give us your name and your address, please.
My name is Ben McElrath. I live at 51 Conifer Circle, Augusta, Georgia, 30909.
Did you need more from him, Mr. Attorney?
It was just to extend him the opportunity to be heard.
Oh, did you have some comment in reference to what's being?
Yeah, well, first of all, we'd be glad to meet with the church. That's no problem. And we actually, I think I reached out to Jack last week to send us some information and told him we would do that. We're glad to do that. We met with the Dr. Malik yesterday. We met by Zoom meeting yesterday with Dr. Malik. If someone could just give us a list of questions of what they want, we've got the answers to them. This is a green energy project that's in California. They got 70 of them in Europe. And it's a company that's well known. It's a worldwide company out of Zurich, Switzerland, home headquarters. So it's a well-known company. The anaerobic digestion system has been around for years and years and years. We have trucks that come in. They dump the trucks. They're all inside. Everything's included inside. We have biofilters that clean the air. But I mean, if we could set up a time, I'll have an engineer come down and explain a lot better than I can. But we'll be glad to do that.
Okay, and that's something that Commissioner Lewis, that's in his district as well. And you all will get together. You'll work that out. Get the dates, times, places. Answer all the questions. Not a decision that's going to be made here today, but it will be made futuristically at some point once we iron out all of the details, and that's when we'll go from there. So I would encourage you to ensure that you have that conversation with Commissioner Lewis along with the Reverend and Jack there, and we'll figure out a date and time, and we'll go from there. All right. So,
Commissioner.
Mr. Attorney, I see your light is on.
Oh, that was.
Oh, that was a hold. Okay. So. I'll look forward to entertaining a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move that we table this discussion until a future date.
So moved.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, commissioners will vote by the usual sign.
It's unanimous.
Okay. Madam Clerk, we'll go to the companion items 4 and 15.
Okay. Item number 4 is a discussion of the grounds maintenance schedule of city lots, right-of-ways, properties owned by the public, task various department directors with coming up with a plan to resolve the ongoing ground maintenance issues. Item 14 is to receive and discuss information on needs in the ways of budgeting and schedule implementation for upkeep maintenance on all city-owned lots and right-of-ways to be on a rotation schedule versus a reactive schedule.
All righty then. Commissioner Pulliam, I believe these two are your requested items.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, ma'am.
If I could have Dr. Malik to come up, please. So these two agenda items were birthed out of a continuous influx of calls and emails regarding lawn maintenance, city lots, and although I also put public lots, that I'm going to table that till later. But in my cry for help, because that's the best way I can say it, for my constituents, I also started talking individually to my colleagues and learned that a lot of them are having the same issues. So most of our lots, or a lot of the lots that I submitted, were on a reactive schedule. So I know we're working on the right sizing plan, And Administrator Dowse is doing a phenomenal job at that. But in that right-sizing plan, that's not happening right this second. And so some of these need to be addressed right now because I'm getting calls of constituents that have rodents, snakes, and a lot of these are coming from city-owned lots where the grass is probably past my knees, and I'm pretty tall. So Dr. Malik, and I know you're not the only one that does lawn maintenance. I know that falls under several departments, as well as our warden helps with that. We have had discussions as well. So my questions to you are, what would your ask be? Or what would you need in order to make this a more efficient process, but not just efficient so that we don't have to have as many lots on a reactive schedule where people are having to call to request it? And I know you've actually done some statistical data on everything. So could you please present on that?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon. So let me pick on the vacant lot because there's several pieces to this discussion. So there was a delay in the vacant lot for engineering to get started. The reason being the previous contract expired in December and there was no contract in place, and vacant lot was being handled through the contract services all along. So that contract we got in place, and actual work started in mid-June. So 2 months or a month and a half ago. So there was around 717 vacant lots on the list. We started. The contract price is $6,000 per week, 3-man crew. They can do 18 to 20 vacant lots in a week on that. The way it's budgeted, and I do have other agenda item on environmental services, I'm gonna, talk about that. But anyway, this year budget is $350,000. So we can get, so we're using 2 crew right now just to, make up some of that. So it's around $65,000 per month, and we can get around 150 to 160 vacant lots done on that. So we should be able to come very close to this number, but we're adding more to that as we go. Also, I'm working through the plan to have a dedicated person. In addition to, we do have a route supervisor now. They just try to make sure the waste pickup route is served, and there's no issues with that. So that person will be kind of driving around and tagging these vacant lots, and then we will keep up. So the plan is in place. It's going to tie back to what resources needed, what we have, and I think that's what the question is, how we can make up the difference so we don't have to be reactive or people be calling. So that's the vacant lot part of that. Other is, in engineering terminology, we call off-road, on-road. On-road basically is the grass in the right-of-way, and then off-road is all your ditches, ponds, or other things. So the way program is structured now in engineering, so most of our visible on-roads, the roads are done through contract services, and then we also have a schedule for the in-house. We have only 2 crews. They cut the, general engineering has only 2 crews. One is 4-man crew, including supervisor. They take care of the downtown area and some of the west side of the town. The other is a 9-man crew, including supervisor. They take care of the rest of the county. Other part of this equation is the inmates crew. So engineering on paper is supposed to have a non-crew. Before COVID, engineering was getting 6 or 7. Now we get 1 or 2. So even today, I check it before, we have only 2 crews. But the expectation and level of service demand is going up, and the support is not there. So that's another disconnect. That's what we're getting a lot of calls to do that. Let me run some numbers. So city-owned right-of-way of the roadway is around 1,100 central line miles. We have stormwater detention ponds. The city-owned is 145, but the expectation is for city to maintain 197. The storm pipes, 392 miles, which from engineering, we believe city owned pipe, but expectation is to maintain 596 linear mile of pipe. Then the ditches is 70 miles, linear mile of ditches, which engineering been able to tie back to the city, but the expectation is 266 linear mile of ditches to maintain. And then strips is, so there's a lot of assets to maintain given the resources. So I did some numbers based on the contract services because we are using contract service for each and every feature that I just mentioned. I can share Ms. Barner, she can send it to the commission next meeting, but if we do the roadway all at 1,100 miles every month, that comes to $22 million. If we do the litter pickup every month for 1,100 miles, that's around $6 million. That's $500 per linear mile per pickup. And the road is, we brought it down, engineering brought it down from 3,300 to 2,500 per cycle per central line mile. Central line mile is both sides of the road. That's what the central line mile goes. Detention ponds, we already have a contract. Those are once a year under contract, and there's 8 regional pond quarterly, and that's $750,000. If we have to clean the pipe, and I say, okay, let's say 1/3 every year, that is almost $2 million. But the structures, we got city-owned structure are around 11,000, but really we're maintaining 44,000 structures. And that comes to $7 million. But the main thing is the ditches. We have to maintain 266 linear mile of ditches once a year through contract services is around $28 million. The reason I'm putting contract services is because nowadays it's very challenging to establish in-house workforce and keep the schedule. So I think that's what this body is asking. Okay, what is the proactive schedule? When it's be done and all, and it's very difficult to have proactive schedule and stay on the schedule. I just mentioned like inmate force, it's very kind of uncertain how many we're gonna get, when we're gonna get, all of the things. That is a cheaper option, but we can't guarantee that we're gonna get done. As we said, it will get done, next month and next week. Same as the tree management, I ask in the budget every year. I'm gonna ask again, but I've been asking, okay, so there's no really tree management plan in place because there's no funding. There is a funding SPLOST 8, but actually 0 funds were allocated to the tree in SPLOST 8. I had the conversation with the previous administrator, and the money he was allocating to engineering, I had to take $1 million from another project to put into the tree. That's the way that money is there. And then it's distributed, 50,000, 100,000, and go at the end. So that's where we are. You know, I can come up with a schedule, everything, but it's
Yes,
tied to
sir.
the resources.
Thank you, Dr. Malik. Thank you for your presentation and for getting that together. I would like, Mr. Chairman, to ask that Dr. Malik submit the plan that he is starting to come up with along with the numbers. I believe this needs further discussion because these numbers are really large numbers. And I'm not even saying that we can get this to fit into the budget. But again, I'd like to see some type of plan working in tandem with our right sizing plan to address the needs of our constituents that are constantly calling. And this is just my first year in office, but I'm receiving consistent calls and I'm riding my district, taking videos and pictures. So with that, Dr. Malik, thank you for your hard work. I really appreciate it. If you could please submit that to our clerk, the numbers that you came up with, along with the information, so that we can present it to the administrator and come up with some type of plan that is going to work so that hopefully we can cut down on some of the rodents that we're experiencing and seeing in some of the tropical forests that are starting to pop up.
Thank you,
Thank
Commissioner
you.
Pulliam. I got a couple other colleagues in the queue, but let me say this because this is probably our biggest or the highest amount of calls that we receive, as well as Doc knows, as far as anything dealing with either ditches, fencing, trees, and that sort of thing. I just shot him 2 texts just a couple of minutes ago before he ever got up here on some other stuff I got going on in my area as well. But I think we've got to go a step further because the right sizing plan is not in effect yet. We don't know what it's going to take to even get it right. But in the meantime, we still need to be a little bit more effective and more efficient. What we may need to do or certainly look at is bring all these entities together in some sort of workshop to include our warden, the engineering, and whoever else should be a part of that to determine moving forward in the interim, what is it that we can do? Because at the end of the day, I remember when I was up here before, I think it was myself and Reverend Hatney, we started working with our warden, and we had teams assigned to each district. And so that we knew that we could call the warden and say, hey, I've got something going on at XYZ spot, and I've got a crew or 2 assigned to my district, and I could get some things done, and people could see some things in a very short period of time. And we were able to do that. I don't know what happened to that. I don't know where we're at on that now. And I know they've been assigned to cemeteries and various other spots, but that was pretty decent for the time that we had then. I don't know if that's something that could work now, but at least we knew that we could call the warden and say, hey, look, over in Barton Village, I got this situation going on the back 9, and I knew it could be taken care of in a relatively short amount of time. They were assigned to a district. So we need to come together as a core group and determine what can we do moving forward in the interim until we can get a right-sizing plan in place, because we're going to continue to get these calls. You're going to continue. Matter of fact, I got 2 more emails I need to send you as well with pictures that are overdue. I don't know how many ditches we got, but we must have quite a few, because there's quite a few ditches that are out there that needs to be done. I don't know what the schedule is, how it's done on a rotational basis, but at the end of the day, these individuals are saying to us, hey, I pay my taxes too. I keep up my property. I need the city to keep up theirs. And it's overgrowing. It's causing possums. I got a couple pictures of possums running into people's yard from next door that I'll send to you as well. Just those types of things that are happening. I'm sure it wouldn't be news to you. But the citizens want to see just those little small things make a big difference in terms of how they view the quote-unquote garden city. And so that's something that I would look at. Commissioner Garrett.
Commissioner Franham.
Oh, Franham. I'm sorry.
No, and I appreciate Ms. Pulliam bringing this forward. I would hope, I'm not on this committee, but, you know, the telling stat is the fact that basically when I started there was 25 inmate crews, and now there's 5. 25 to 5. So that's 20 crews that we don't have out cutting now as of this moment that we used to have. To me, that means that this body ought to come up with a plan. They have to be certified to take the inmates out. But why can't we there's retired people that probably could get certified and help us with this problem. on a part-time gig, but that's the solution. We're not going to find $30 million in the budget. I mean, let's just be real about it. But could we find a few $100,000 to pay people part-time to get 15 more crews out? You get 15 more crews out there, and I guarantee you the citizens are going to see a difference. So the bottom line is we have 5 now. We used to have 25. Let's get some certified people. Let's put it on the agenda. I'm not on the committee. Let's get Mr. Warden in front of us, and let's get this moving by getting some people certified to get more inmates out on the streets, because that's the solution. 25 to 5 is unacceptable. Thank you.
Commissioner Garrett.
Thanks, sir. And I think the better question here is, where's the money for those 20 crews that aren't on the streets? Where's that going? I mean, that's... Well, and that's the thing. It's at one point, not even 8 years ago, we had that, and slowly these budgets have been cut, and especially in these areas where, these are the parts that touch our citizens each and every day as they're driving around this community, and yet we have all of this other money that we're spending elsewhere, but yet we're not taking care of the basic services. So what is the solution here, Doc? Do we need to just consolidate it all into one department? Is that where you think we need to go? I know the administrator is working on a right-sizing plan along with the mayor and many of us up here. To me, it just seems that there are so many different arms of maintenance that is supposed to be taking place. What's the solution? And without money,
sure.
without the first answer being we need more money, because that's what we constantly hear.
I think the primary, and that's my opinion, personal opinion, we need to look at the cause, why the service is not getting done. Really, we're not looking at that. We just, consolidation may be the solution, but I don't think, in my opinion, we all do different things. Park and rag, for example, take care of the off-road, most of the off-road stuff.
Well, and one of the things that I noticed, I just took a trip to the North Georgia mountains and back, and one of the things that I noticed all the way from Augusta to Hiawassee and back is that anywhere utilities had power lines, they had gone through and sprayed, and so, they did not have vegetation growing in those areas to protect their structures. A lot of these vacant lots that we have that we're getting calls about not getting cut and they're overgrown, rodents are there, have we considered spraying them instead of just cutting them? That way, at least that way you can get 3 or 4 months of a service out of that without the weeds coming back.
So we're working on that part too. We have not started spraying the actual grass, but
or
we'll
better
be
yet,
starting on the other part.
And, and I talked to you about this a couple of years ago. Instead of planting grass on these medians, planting grass in these vacant lots, why don't we plant wildflowers? Why don't we, put those seeds out there? That way, at least it's something that is growing, it's holding holding the dirt in place, but yet it's not grass that's 2 foot tall.
Oh no, we need to go back and get some more goats.
Hey, that'd take care of it.
Well, Chairman Marion, I'll let you take that one up.
Commissioner Williams.
Yes, sir. I just want to kind of back up what you just said, Mr. Chairman Mason. I think we need a workshop. I think we need to pull in the warden. We need to pull in 311. We need to pull in the engineering. We need to pull in anybody that's cutting grass in Augusta in any way, shape, form, or fashion that's dealing with vegetation and what have you. Have the commissioners sit in. We talk up a plan. We get a plan together. Maybe we can find some of those monies that we need. I agree with Commissioner Franham. We used to have 25 crews, and it's down to 5, and it needs, like I said, people who get certified. Maybe we can bring in people who are already certified but retired and pay them a little something. But I think we need to have, we're not going to get it done today. I think we need a dedicated workshop. I talked with the mayor some time ago. He was yelling at me, and I was yelling back at him about, he's saying that the city is nasty and it needs to be taken care of or what have you. And we're not going to get it done today. We need a workshop. So I'm not on this committee as far as trying to do a workshop or what have you. But we're talking about beautifying Augusta. I think we need a plan, as we all have stated. I think the workshop is the way to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Williams. Commissioner Garrett?
I make a motion that we schedule a workshop to include engineering, actually include every department that has some sort of right-of-way, grounds, vacant lot, trees.
Which leads me.
Any of that maintenance, so that I'm pretty sure there'll probably be somebody from every department at this meeting. But make sure that the warden is also at this as well, so we can help formulate a plan for his shortage in crews as well. And I say that we get this scheduled within the next 30 days.
I'll second that motion.
So we have a motion and a second. I want to ensure that we include 311 who takes a lot of these requests, because a lot of times when we get these requests put in work orders, we really don't know exactly what the response is, or we'll get texts or phone calls saying I've had something in 311 for a year and I haven't heard anything. Now, I don't know that that's true or not true, but the point is, what system do we have in terms of getting back with folks to say where we are in the process and that sort of thing? So we have a motion and a second. Commissioner McKnight, did you have anything else?
No, sir, I'm up next, so I'll just talk then.
Oh, okay. All right. So commissioners vote by usual sign. And that is for the interim administrator that's sitting there to coordinate. All right, so where are we? We're on number 10.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, ma'am. That is correct.
Okay. Yeah, get to that.
Oh,
That motion carries 3-1. Mr. Mason, voting?
No, that was, again.
Okay, so it's unanimous?
It's unanimous.
Okay.
I know, hey, no. Hey, I'm colorblind, didn't I ever tell you that?
Okay, that takes us to item number 10, I believe.
Item number 10.
Item 10 is Augusta Countywide Solid Waste Management Program associated with environmental services functions, Augusta Commission resolutions and associated policies, review, discussion, and best way forward.
Now, what?
This was engineering. Dr. Malik, is this? Yeah.
Oh, there he is. Dr. Malik.
Yes, sir. So, again, good afternoon. I put this agenda just to bring up to this commission what action took place in the past and how the environmental services operation was structured, and intent was how the operation would be funded. And really, I just came across these policies just by accident, because nobody, when I took over, really hardly any transfer was done. And these are very important part of the whole operation and on that. So I'm going to go one step at a time. Basically, these policies try the services provided by the environmental services, and that includes landfill, waste collection, vacant lots, probably demolition, litter pickup. That the street sweeping is part of the litter pickup. It also set the rate for account per account, how much the rate should be property owner pay, and then how the rate should be adjusted. So that's in that body of the first policy attached to the agenda, and this number 2 is the really key element of that. So the rate was set $310.50 in 2013. But this policy, that rate should have been adjusted for CPI index in the same way as the waste collection contractor fee was adjusted. So that's very important. The contractor fee were adjusted every year because contractor, they have to submit the request, but the rate were never adjusted. And that goes back to the question I got from, several people. Landfill used to make money. Why landfill is not making money? The landfill revenue never increased, but the cost went up. So that's the summary why landfill is, where it is now financial-wise. The other part of that policy is very clear, and let me read it there. So it's very clear. It says the franchise fee, taxes, in lieu of taxes, regulatory fee, or other government fee are imposed against the environmental services, then those costs may be, amended into the fee structure. So that didn't happen. So I just wanted to, though this policy authorized the director to implement that, but since it was not implemented in the past, I really wanted to bring it to this body just to inform them what action was taking place and why some of the services are not delivered as expected on that. So in the agenda, in the background, I should have that information. So let me pick on the fees. So $310.50. If this policy would have adopted and kept up with the CPI, should have been $376 and some change. So that's the difference of roughly $66, and that's $3.8 million. The total comes to that. That's not happened, but the contract fee went up. Same token, so we're paying $3+ million more than we started. So that's coming out of the same revenue that was generated in 2013. And then there's another franchise fee was imposed, and that's roughly comes to $35 per account. They will never transfer into that. And that's affecting the landfill, and both operations should really help each other because it's kind of integrated operation. And so I know zone 1 is for rebidding, and that bid be closing on the 24th. So that rate's going to change anyway, and we have to probably come back and discuss that. But intent of this agenda today is really I just wanted to bring this body up to the speed with all these policies, how the environmental services were structured, how it was supposed to be funding, and actually what the reality is, what's happening now. And that's what the environmental services, including landfill, facing financial challenges. So.
Commissioner Franham.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Mead, I got my tax bill and the trash went up $10. When did this body approve that?
That was the action. I had to pull up the date.
Because I can tell you, I don't remember approving it. I've asked 3 colleagues up here. They don't remember approving it. And I just, can you tell me when it was approved?
It was approved. There was a series of things was approved. It was not a standalone item. It was approved at the same time when this body approved the new rate structure, like $5 going up for the non-contractor fees and all of the thing. I believe it's something June or something, but I can pull that out and bring it back at the full commission or we can send the email.
So
to
based on that increase, how much additional revenue is that, and what kind of deficit do we have now?
The $10 only, we have roughly 64,000 accounts. So $10 gonna generate only $640,000. That partially gonna go to vacant lots. Vacant lots, if the rates we have and all that, and that's one of the reason really that was adjusted, because vacant lots, the cost after COVID went almost double doing a vacant lot, per week cost.
But we moved some things under that department that created the deficit. Is that not true, or is that true?
It was true. So the policy also addressed that. When the rate was set, it was in the policies to adjust the rate to make up that deficit. That was 2.5 million and 4 million in that. So that's what, there are three policies there, is attached to the agenda. And
Gotcha.
there. So,
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Guilfoyle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman Mason. Malik, a little bit, you were here, same way I was back in 2013 when we actually included District 8 on this trash service. Well, 2013, 2014, 2015, and probably 16, you had reflected in here that the director or the person in charge didn't implement the fees per year as what they stated in the contract. But under item number 2 that you had given me, now therefore be resolved, the Director of Environmental Services is hereby directed and authorized to establish policies regarding fees and charges for the functions provided through the ESD, which may be amended from time to time. Well, back in 2013 to 2015, 16, one, there was no need to increase the trash service because there was actually $20 million in the account. The second reason why it wasn't implemented, because it was against the political will of this body. That was the reason why. But moving forward, from 2013 to 2023, what's the difference in the franchise fees, the indirect cost?
So I can share again, Ms. Barr.
Just give me from 2013 to 2023. I know you wasn't expecting this question, but we shouldn't be charging any more than the difference.
So I would say it's around 1.5 million difference.
Okay, so that's actually $20 added to the
Yeah, so I have
trash.
a summary. It's $35. It's in my write-up.
So 640, that's 1.23 million. But some of the challenges that I see, let me find my notes right quick, my friend. All right. Over the years, we've been looking out for the haulers versus, if we implement this, we need to look at the other side of the story. Over the years, we reduced our CNG, or natural gas, that we've been selling to our haulers by half. So we lost money there as a solid waste. We also done away with the liquidated damage to these haulers due to COVID. And that would have struck up a good chunk of change, I believe it would have been.
I'm listening.
Okay. Yeah. So with your analysis that we showing that's on the back of attached to our agenda, you have one unit rate set at 2013 not adjusted, but you have it $310 versus $370. So that's a $60 increase, which is going to be $3.84 million increase than what we bringing in now, which is $2.3 million more than what you just said you needed. You said you needed $1.5 million from what the franchise fees we paid in 2013 indirect costs than 2023.
So let me go back to, if I may, 20 million I could not find where the 20 million is. I have this whole summary of
Right.
10+ year budget, and I will send it to Ms. Barnes to look at that. So I have no information on the $20 million, but it's not there. So the way I'm reading this policy, the rate or the fee supposed to support not only collection, it's environmental services operation. And when the environmental services were created in 2011, it was given not only the collection, but like street sweeping, industrial stormwater, underground storage tanks, then some of the other litter pickup, which is kind of very broad term, you know. Basically, that's vacant lot comes into that. Some of these demolitions comes into that. So, and that's the way policy is reading, so you have to keep up. The other thing is the contract services going up every year.
Right.
And that's your $3 million
That's at the
plus
discretion
dollar
of the director.
right there. That's a very direct impact to that. So that's why. Another thing is there was a substantial discounts to some of the hauler, which was below the cost. The unit cost for the land has filled like $23.50 or $24.50. But on average, the landfill cost was $28 to $30.
Okay,
So there are a lot of factors that drain the revenue that landfill may have in the past 10 years, 15 years, you know.
Right.
But that right now, landfill at the point where it's barely revenue to meet the day-to-day operation and compliance, but any unforeseen conditions, the money is not there to deal with it.
That's funny. So you got two different items here. One 310 versus 310.50 versus 370.83 with CPI adjustment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then unit rate set at 2013 was not amended, such as franchise fees in lieu of tax and other fees imposed against environmental service. So that's $2,074,830. or $35 a unit. So what are you as a director telling us between the $370 or $35 a unit? One is $60 a unit, the other one's $35. So what are you asking this body? Or is this just for information?
The best part forward, you know, right now our Zone 1 contract is out for the bidding. So we got to see how that contract's price going to come, and we have to adjust the rate for Zone 1 based on that. It will not be, we're paying around $17 now. It's not going to be $17. It's going to be more. So that will require this body to take some
So
action.
waste management is going to dictate the charge?
Not necessarily waste management, whoever get the contract. It
Okay.
could be waste management, could be coastal, could be Ryland, could be, you know, anybody else is open to the qualified, successful bidder. The other thing is, I think this body should consider these fees taking out of that. Just fix the amount, not kind of on escalation. You know, whenever things vary, like okay, $1 million, whatever, we know how much is coming out of that. And
What does Columbia County charge? You live in Columbia County. What do they charge for trash?
For trash, they don't have a mandatory pickup. They don't have a landfill.
Right, but the county doesn't pick it up?
So in the household, but I know in my subdivision, twice a week is include the recycling if we want to put it out. So 66 times 4, 260.
240 plus 36.
Yeah. 24,
264.
264.
Right.
So That's 264 per year for that service, but that is just for that service. It does not include some of the other things which Richmond County are.
And where did they bring their trash to, Malik?
Some they bring to Richmond County. Some they take it to other places. You know, there is a yard waste and green waste landfill off Columbia Road, Greenleaf.
Mm-hmm.
So let's go there. They have their transfer stations. They can take it there. It's wherever it depends, you know, where they can take it cheaper.
Okay, that's where I'm getting at now.
Yeah.
We got to be careful with this waste management. By them not doing our residential, they bring a lot of revenue to our city on the commercial side. And if we ain't careful, we're gonna lose that commercial, which is probably 30% of your income out there on the commercial side. Waste management and island is probably your biggest two customers.
Yeah, so I did all the analysis before I come to this floor for $5. If you know, there's waste management is a big company. You know, if they want to absorb the loss just to make a point and take it to Savannah, that's their closest landfill. That's a different story. But our rates are the cheapest rate, very close to the lowest rate. And waste management is getting the tiered discount rates from us. You know, we have a tiered discount like 0 to 1,000 ton, 1,000 to 2,000 ton, 2,000 to 4,000 ton, 4,000 to 8. And we made some adjustments for the same reason. It used to be 5,000 to 10,000. We cannot create another tier, 4,000 to 8,000, just for the same reason. So at least I did my best, what the market is, all other things. I look at throughout the state. So Savannah is the closest landfill. The other two landfills are even further off in the Atlanta area.
But that's what scares me. I have reservations. I'd rather try to keep the relationship with waste management for the simple reason is they bring a lot of revenue. They keep our feet propped up versus the other way around. If we sink, it's going to hurt. And the loss of the revenue from waste management on the commercial side, this little bit of money here ain't going to pull us out of the hole. That's what bothers me. That's what scares me.
No, I'm with you, but I think no business should be running in loss. You know, we have to operate, but the unit cost is and the more.
That's
so
right.
Really, you know.
But as business, you provide a service, but you got to be competitive, right?
Yes, sir. I'm with you. That's what my job is, to do the analysis and all that, and I look at all the factors, and that's why the previous recommendation was $6 and $400 annual unit rates that was presented to at this floor before me. It was not approved, but it was presented.
Right.
Yeah. So I look at what's the market is, how much it's going to cost, not only the unit rate, but the transportation, the time, the vehicles they're going to take, additional investment they have to do because they have to haul that waste to some places in addition to serving the area they're serving. So
I know you spread thin, Malik. I know you are.
Well,
I appreciate you coming before us. Thank you.
All right, Mayor Johnson, I see you're in the chute there.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Malik, thank you so much for being here. I've always had a concern about the landfill being in Richmond County and how it affects people that live in Richmond County, and that we have trouble getting service picked up once a week. Yet we have our neighbors that are getting service twice a week with recycling. I want to look out for Richmond County first. I do. If there's any trash being hauled into our county from our neighbors, it should be paid for somehow. Now, I understand they don't want to run a landfill, and I understand that that's a business decision for them, and we'll gladly have a regional landfill, but if we are, we should be capitalizing on it. And that's just my opinion, in that I am a business owner, and I tend to think that way. I understand the need for the commercial haulers and how delicate that relationship is. However, I still believe it's a better value hauling it here than hauling it to Savannah. And in the event they do haul it in Savannah, it only prolongs the life of our landfill. I think the citizens of Richmond County continue to benefit. So I would be in favor of at least having a conversation about, how we protect Richmond County residents regarding our landfill, because it's unfair to only get once a week garbage collection and no recycling, whereas all of our neighbors are getting twice a week and recycling and all of that stuff. So I just want to make sure before we ask for any increase for Richmond County residents, we give them the service that they deserve. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion to receive this information.
Motion is seconded.
Commissioners vote by usual sign. Let me make sure I hit the right button this time, Miss Bonner. No, don't do it. Not again. Yes, I'm voting in the affirmative.
That motion carries
Can you get me a
unanimously.
bigger, my hands are way too big for this little thing. IT, wherever you are. Okay, next agenda item, very quickly, Ms. Bonner. What do we have here?
Item number 11, discuss approve hiring full-time city arborist. Commissioner McKnight.
Commissioner McKnight.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We were speaking of the Garden City earlier with a few agenda items before this one. So I want to go ahead and continue. We had our favorite person last week speak about the trees, Roy Simpkins, and talked to some of my constituents and said I'd put this on the agenda today for discussion. I'd like to be able to see something get done as far as approving hiring a full-time city arborist. I've brought this before the commission, I think a year and a half ago, with former Commissioner John Clark. And so what I want to say today, and just bear with me because I've got a lot of notes. I don't have a lot of notes, but I'm just going to read a few things, and I've got some pictures to show that were taken down Central Avenue, some on Walton Way, other places, but just want to put them up and show y'all a few trees. And I don't mean to sit here and pick, but we can flip through some of them and I'll get to the point. But when I ride down Walton Way or Central Avenue and other places, it's not just those areas, it's throughout the county. But Green Street, for one. It almost looks like the trees have been cut and done. They look like the letters of an alphabet. It looks like a V there. I just want to say that we got stumps that have been there for several years that have yet to be removed. Dead trees that haven't been removed, but yet we have good live trees that are being removed. Professional arborists wouldn't allow this and would also not be cutting trees up like what we're seeing and like what a lot of my constituents and citizens throughout this town have complained about. I also, think that an arborist could advise us on trees that can be saved and that can't be saved. They recommend proper size trees to replace the lost ones. Many of these trees are at the end of their lifespan. An arborist would be able to go out and look at these. I don't feel like that our city government department has time to spend working on this. I know that Dr. Malik and I have talked several times about trees being cleaned up, limbs, but he's busy, and I know that, and he's done his best, and some other departments too that I've reached out to. But how can we not have a plan for new planting? I mean, new trees. We take them down, but then what are we going to do? Are we going to replace them? What are we replacing them with? Does it suit that area? You know, these trees do not look like a work from a professional arborist. It just doesn't. And Natasha, do we have any other pictures besides those? Okay, I had more, but anyway, y'all get my drift, because if you ride up and down the roads, you'll see that some of them are cut looking like a backwards L, whatever. But anyway, if any of you, my colleagues, would like to speak on behalf of these trees and taking care of them and getting an arborist, I really would like to have the support from this body that we hire an arborist. We were just talking about just a few minutes ago when my colleague Commissioner Pulliam was talking about, you know, right-of-ways. Well, trees also are over there around the right-of-ways. So it all combines. And so when we do have this workshop, I would like to discuss that we hire a city arborist. I feel like we've got the money to be able to hire somebody that knows what they're doing, because we obviously do not know what we're doing, and it's evident. And that's what I've got to say. And would anybody else?
Commissioner Franum?
Thank you. This question is for the attorney. Attorney, if we were to hire an arborist, would they be able to tell Georgia Power what to do? Because most of these pictures, Georgia Power did this.
Commissioner Frantum, the arborist's rights, the rights that Augusta has would be the only rights that would extend to the arborist. Usually when Georgia Power places a line, there's an easement preserved, and that is the passageway along those lines, and insert a given number of feet beyond those lines under the control of Georgia Power as it relates to maintenance of those lines.
So they can do what they want to do, basically.
I'm not saying something could not be negotiated, but it could not just tell Georgia Power what to do.
Yeah, and I think, and for me, it's like I want to learn more what an arborist can do, because so many of these pictures are not. An arborist wouldn't have been able to affix this. I mean, you look like 4 or 5 of the pictures was Georgia Power related, where they cut it because it was a safety hazard based on the line, not because an arborist would do or not do. So I think there's an education piece that we need to educate the public on, because, again, an arborist wouldn't have affected these trees. But could an arborist affect on some of the things that we have not done or could have done differently during the project? Absolutely. For me, I'd rather contract someone out, but I also like to put some teeth in an ordinance somehow, that maybe if this arborist would have to approve if a new development or a current development tries to cut down a tree, like they have to sign off that they can do that based on the parameters that this government sets forward. Because I don't know that an arborist right now is like highest and best use of dollars based on where we are currently. And I mean, we haven't even talked about budget. We approve the fact that we're doing a full rollback, which I'm thankful for, but what does that look like? We continue to hire people, and could it be worth it? Yes, but at the same respect, I would like to have a deeper conversation on, are there things that we could put in place through an arborist when needed? Because some of these things that you're seeing in the community, an arborist would not have affected. And these pictures are a classic example of that. So I hope that we can have deeper dialogue about what we could put in place. I'm not closing the book on it by any stretch. I'm just saying that, like, I think we need to fully understand what all they're going to do, because a lot of this is what Georgia Power, Knology, AT&T are doing, not what the government could have controlled and happened. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mason. I had a few concerns about this. Not that we don't want to hire an arborist. I think what Commissioner Franum is saying is spot on. What concerns me about the conversation about the arborist is that, is this arborist only going to be responsible for advising on what to do? I mean, out in South Augusta on Brown Road, there was a lot of clearing going on. My mom lives off of Brown Road, and I saw like both sides of the road have been cleared. Are we looking for an arborist to talk to us about that? You know, whenever there's a big construction project, is the arborist going to get in the way of us having a construction project? I just want to know what scope we're looking at. Same conversation we talked about with the operation audit. What is the scope? We can't say what the scope of work is going to be for here. I have a terrible feeling that we don't really understand what we're asking for. For instance, I'll throw District 1 into it. I saw Walton Way and places like that on the slides. That's my district. With Old Town, out of the 50-something trees that we cut down for the infrastructure project, 50 plus will be put back. And 50 plus will be put back because of consultation with an arborist about the lifespan of those trees and what trees would be best in the future.
Yes.
And so this whole notion that Dr. Malik hates trees, I saw that in the paper. This notion that the city is waging war on trees and that we're just going around with this vendetta against trees, and that an arborist will save that. After the town hall that I had in Old Town, it was stated in the Augusta Press, well, this would have never happened in Savannah. Well, we live in Augusta. And not only do we live in Augusta, but these trees are coming down for very specific reasons, and not just because we hate trees and don't want people to have natural shade. And so what I would ask is that when we have these conversations, that we have them in a way that we're not just pandering to a certain set of fears in the community, that we're doing it in a way that actually makes sense, and that could support the overarching mission of the city, which is making sure that we have the right trees in place versus no trees at all, which is what Dr. Malik and John Nursery are doing with the Downtown Tier project, is what they're doing up on Montesano. We just had a meeting yesterday about that. What we're saying we want is getting done, but we get on this dais and say that it's not. Somebody ain't telling the truth, and I'm not calling anybody out of their names or nothing, but what we're asking to be done is getting done. And it just sort of frustrates me because the news is running. Clark is down here. We got folks ready to write about this and ready to talk about it as if things aren't happening, and they are. So I'll take that shot in the column. But the point I'm making is let's not mislead the people, okay? I love you, John Clark.
Commissioner Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. He knows it's coming.
Actually, Chairman, this question is actually for Dr. Malik, if that's okay.
Yes, Dr. Malik, please approach the podium.
Dr. Malik, one question. Do we have an on-call arborist that we consult with?
Yes, sir. We got more than one.
Okay. So when issues come where trees are dying, I think last meeting we heard a reference to Reynolds Street where there's some trees that are obviously diseased and have some decay in them. Has the on-call arborist, been consulted on how to deal with those?
Yes, sir. So not only on call, but frequently we also consult with Rod Simpkin, the tree commission leader too. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thanks, sir.
Mayor Johnson.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've come to believe that we do need a city arborist. People say there are no problems. You walk directly outside of these chambers on Green Street, and you can tell there are trees up and down Green and Broad that need to be trimmed up. Right outside these chambers. For a city of our size, compared to, and I'm going to talk about other cities because as I travel around, and I guess paid more attention to this in Charleston, Savannah, Macon, Athens, all those cities have arborists on staff. If you don't realize, trees are a benefit to this community. Having someone to look out for their interests, to make sure that they're maintaining a healthy state, especially as we realize climate change. I just saw in the news last evening how cities are being more proactive about how and when they plant trees to provide a canopy for safety for our citizens. I believe we need an arborist. However, I think it should happen when we have this discussion about right sizing. In the process of creating a land and grounds committee, we should also include trees. In that plan, it should also include an arborist, just to protect our citizens, just to protect the beautification of our city, so that perhaps we could trim these trees up a little bit. That gives them the opportunity to grow more healthily, and it provides more visibility for our city. So I've come to believe in that it will be in our best interest to have someone that's on staff to protect the interest of our trees for our citizens. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Commissioner McKnight.
Yes, I wanted to ask real quick. Last year, I believe it was, that the question was asked by former Commissioner Clark to our interim administrator if we had a city arborist, and the answer that I heard was no. I heard no. But today I'm hearing that we got a on-call or an arborist, a city arborist. So if I want to reach out to the arborist, who is it that I call and discuss trees with? Who's our on-call arborist? Since I was told last year that we did not have anybody. So I'd like to know who I'm supposed to go to and who I can tell my constituents and citizens throughout this county that I've talked to. Because as far as I see it, I've heard that Georgia Power so-called cuts these down. But I think a city arborist, just like Mayor Johnson said, other cities throughout the county, throughout the state, and other cities throughout Southeast have an arborist. And I think it's a damn shame that Augusta, Georgia does not have one. Well, it's true. We're the Garden City. This picture right here and other pictures that I have that I was sent does not look like the Garden City. So we need to shape up our city. And this is where I am. We can discuss this in a workshop and approve to hire an arborist. I think at the end of the day, we'll come out cheaper hiring an arborist instead of having this happen and citizens calling us up because trees have fallen on their house or city right-of-way trees have fallen in the roads. We're better off just hiring a professional arborist. And I'm going to leave it at that, and we can push this for just to take it to our workshop.
What workshop? Was there one earlier? Oh, the one, you're adding that to the, okay, and that, okay. Did you get all that, Madam Clerk? Were you?
Combine it all together.
Yeah, it's kind of.
Is that the consensus of the committee to add it?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Because I don't think that I'll get the approval I need today to hire one. Thank you.
But just add it to the workshop. All righty then. Madam Clerk, where are we?
Oh, we're at
Excuse me?
number 14, I believe.
Hold 1 second. We got the lawyers going to say something.
Through the chair, I was going to ask the clerk, is that deemed as receiving this for information?
It would be, but we can do a more formal one if with no objection.
So desire. We didn't have any objections, but if that's what you.
Well, if they're receiving it as information and then forwarding it to a work session, that kind of
doesn't work.
Doesn't work, right?
Okay.
So they're forwarding it to the work session without objection.
Without objection. That's where we are.
Okay. Number 14.
Item number 14.
Okay, 14 is to receive an update from Augusta Engineering and Utilities on steps that have been taken to clean out the ditches and sewer drains that were reported during the flooding on June 22nd this year.
Commissioner Pulliam.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can I please have Director Bine come up? So this is, I'm essentially, and I had the opportunity to speak to Director Bine, but I want an update because in addition to the yard maintenance, we're still dealing with, some of us are still dealing with the flooding. I am. And I have constituent calls on a daily basis. And I know Director Bine, his department has been working nonstop because I know they've been getting emails from me nonstop. And so I appreciate you always answering the questions. And I know you all are working on something. So I really want you to just present to this body and also so that my constituents and the citizens of Augusta can hear the update on what we are working on as it regards to the sewer drains and the manholes and things of that nature.
Sure, certainly. Thank you. I think what we had talked about is we're obviously under a constant state of surveillance with the sanitary sewer system, trying to make sure that we minimize overflows. And you saw some impact to the sanitary system and the flooding in people's houses that was impacted as well from sanitary overflows at the same time, and that was because of the tremendous volume of rain. The things that we've been doing to try to maintain the system, we use an acoustic technology platform called SLRAT, where we continuously check the receiving sewer lines, and it gives us a good indication of blockages for smaller diameter lines. We also run cameras through the lines to do video inspection. There's a couple of other non-invasive technologies. We'll smoke test the lines, and we're looking for situations where they might be interconnected to the storm, which obviously has a problem when it rains really hard and it overflows into the sanitary system. It can come out in places it shouldn't. And so there's a comprehensive program we run, and we manage all this through the CityWorks data management platform that the city IT department maintains for us. And that gives us the ability to track the work that we're doing on an ongoing basis. And it's spatially tied to the map of Augusta, so we can look at the maps of the sewer systems and say, you know, are we doing work in this area? Have we had a number of complaints? And although sometimes it feels a little haphazard, we do try to put areas that have chronic complaints on a routine work schedule. Sometimes our residents won't see that the work involves only pulling lids and verifying that the system is flowing and operating freely. And other times it'll be part of the routine maintenance of the SLRAT, the camera inspection, smoke testing, and flow monitoring is coming up. In the coming year, we'll be doing infiltration and inflow reduction programs for 3 basins in the city. I'll bring that back. It's been part of the previous sewer presentation, but in this particular case, it'll be a little more clearly demonstrated. And our intent is to try to minimize those impacts and preserve the life of the existing sanitary sewer, keeping us off of the state's radar with the EPD consent order. You know, all these different pieces, we're trying to make sure that the system flows and operates as cleanly and efficiently as possible while keeping as much stormwater out of that system as possible, because any of that water that does get into the system ultimately has to be treated by us at the wastewater plant. So it's a comprehensive program, and I know that's a lot of things in a minute or two, but that's generally where we are right now with the sanitary sewer system.
Thank you, Director Bynum. I really just wanted him to give an update because I'm still receiving a lot of calls and a lot of emails. And so I thank you and your department for working on this. I know there's a lot of plans in the work as we address our current infrastructure issues, and we're trying to mitigate the problems from an old aging system. So thank you for that, sir.
Motion to receive as information. I have a motion and a second. Without objection.
Mr. Lewis, so we can.
Oh, well, okay, let's carry on, and we'll continue on with the vote. Voting. Hit the right button, Mason. All right. Next agenda item, Madam Clerk.
That's it.
That's it. Engineering Services is adjourned.
I'd like to call finance to order. Ms. Bonner, are there any addendums to this agenda?
No, sir.
All right, there are no addendums. There's one item. Let's take that one item, top to bottom.
Okay. Item number 1 is a presentation by Mr. Jack Weinstein, Mr. Nathan Jollies, regarding a budget request for the Augusta Jewish Museum's annual operating budget.
Thank you, Ms. Bonner. Welcome, Mr. Weinstein, right?
Well, Mr. Jollies.
Mr. Jollies, I'm sorry, Mr.
Vice
Jollies.
President of the Jewish Museum Board. I'm here on behalf of Mr. Weinstein.
Wonderful. Would you state your name and address for the record, please?
Nathan Jollies. I live at 3703 El Cordero Ranch Springs Road. That's in Martinez, Georgia.
Wonderful. Please proceed.
Okay. Mr. Chairman and fellow committee members, I am Nathan Jollies, Vice President of the Augusta Jewish Museum Board. And I want to first take this opportunity to thank y'all for giving us an opportunity today to make a brief presentation and underscore the word brief. We feel very blessed to be open to the public. We're offering regular programming at this time since 2021, including a recent exhibit on World War II that was on loan from Kennesaw State University. We anticipate we'll have permanent exhibits in place by the end of this year. our museum, we believe, serves our community and our citizens in three basic ways. First, we help to enrich and educate the community with our exhibits. We have 4 pillars, which are symbolic of the 4 pillars in front of the old synagogue building. One is to contributions of Jewish members in our community since 1802 in public service, the arts and medicine, Jewish customs and rituals, the land and people of Israel, and the lessons that we've learned from the atrocities of the Holocaust. So education's number one. Number two, another critical component of what we do is historic preservation. We've acted in conjunction with Historic Augusta and have already saved and renovated the 1860 Court of Ordinary building, which was one of the few fireproof buildings in place at that time. And we are currently in the process of restoring the old Congregation Children of Israel Synagogue, which was built in 1869, which is the oldest standing synagogue building in the state of Georgia. And we envision that as serving as a cultural center for civic and private events, much like what Sacred Heart does in our community now for wedding receptions and community events and the like. Finally, we believe that our presence adds to the tourism and cultural corridor on Telfair Street. We're one of the few Jewish museums outside of Atlanta in the South. And I think that really adds a lot to our community and enhances the quality of life for our citizens. And so, while our capital campaign and foundation grants have gone a long way to renovate our buildings and to develop our collections for our museum, and the grants and the capital campaign have been highly successful, we do feel the need to request of this board operating funds in the amount of $25,000, which we'd like to apply toward our day-to-day operations and a permanent manager's salary. And so we would just ask that this committee recommend to the full commission that we be considered for $25,000 in the upcoming budget. And we would appreciate any consideration that this committee can give.
Thank you, Mr. Jollies. Are there any questions from my colleagues? Before I get to Commissioner from the 5th, I have a few questions. Mr. Jackson, when do we begin having public hearings on our budget? If I'm not mistaken, we have an opportunity for the public to come in and make requests. When does that window begin? Turn your mic on, please, sir. Your mic is off. I don't think, there you go.
Are you talking about whether or not a outside entity could submit a budget request to our government?
Yes, sir.
It is my understanding that this organization has already submitted a budget request for $25,000. That information was received this week. In terms of having public deliberations about the budget, I do not have the calendar in front of me. Maybe Ms. Williams could provide an exact date of when those meetings will occur.
Okay, but as of right now, we're not at the position till we should start making funding decisions as far as our budget is concerned, because we're not into the window.
No, sir, we're at least 3 to 4 weeks away before we start having those public deliberations.
Okay, and have we created some type of process for nonprofits and other organizations to be able to request funding from us? Because, you know, I'm a strong believer that in order to increase the quality of life in Augusta, Richmond County, we have to support those who are supporting that mission, that goal. You know, there was an idea thrown out. I'm going to talk about Commissioner Clark again. That Commissioner Clark threw out about having like a museum connection type of thing, which I thought was a great idea. Something like that would benefit Augusta. So what process do we have in place to be able to help, you know, Jewish Museum, the theaters, to be able to connect to one another, to add into the quality of life for folks in Augusta, Richmond County?
Well, again, Ms. Williams could probably provide some background, but there's a standard form that most outside entities complete, which this organization has completed. Those things are factored into the administrator's recommended budget that is presented to the commission.
Okay, all right. I'm going to get a couple of colleagues to jump in here, then we'll come back. Commissioner from the 5th.
Yes. Ms. Bonner, please.
Ms. Bonner?
Have we done this in the past? Have they made requests in the past? Have we given them money for operations in the past?
There were a few. Now, not as many as has been, but from time to time, the commission has considered those funding requests for allocations, but they are submitted to the finance department, the finance director, who would then move it up the food chain to the administrator for consideration, and either the administrator would either recommend or make a recommendation to accept, reject, or modify.
So, do you remember whether or not we've ever done anything with the Jewish Museum?
Other than the building that they're occupying, I think the commission did contribute to that endeavor.
Mr. Jackson?
Okay, Mr. Jackson.
I have received confirmation from finance that we have not received a request for operating expenses historically. We have not received a request from them.
I got you. One last question. Is this a one-time ask, or are we asking this to be done from now on every year?
This would be in this particular instance. We, as I said, we've gotten some community grants. We've gotten some very generous contributions from local citizens. But right now, we're at the point we've had temporary exhibits in place. We anticipate we're working with the company HW Exhibits, which is out of Charleston. And we've got a timeline of having these permanent exhibits in place by the end of the year. So right now we're primarily all volunteers, and we've got a volunteer administrator in place, and we're transitioning to a permanent administrator. Right. We have put out ads for a permanent administrator, and during this transition period, it would be very, very helpful if this body would consider
I got one last comment. I'm not saying I'm for or against, but I'm leery of opening up Pandora's box with this, because if you can come and make a request, and other people can come and make a request also, and $25,000 is a lot of money, but not a lot of money at the same time. But you have some other folks. We had somebody that come before us and asked for $250,000, and I'm like, wow. And we had some other folks to make some requests. I just don't know which way to go with this right now, because we opened up that box, we can't close it.
You good, sir?
I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. And I don't necessarily disagree with you. I think that one of the ways that we can get around that, and we keep talking about it, so I think I'm going to put it on the agenda as a directive to really consider creating, or not consider, we need to create some type of process. I know that we have Destination Augusta that folks can go to get grant dollars, but we need to create some type of process to where an organization is seeking funding from the city, that there's a pool that they can go to. And it may not be a large amount of money, but I just think that we could do something. We could do more. 25,000, I'm not exactly sure. I won't be the deciding factor in that. But what I will say is a good model that we did is when the business community needed support, we infused a program in 2 different ways, and they created some type of application process. So let's keep that in mind as we keep our communication going. Commissioner from the 10th, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can I have Donna come up?
Ms. Williams, Director Williams.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Williams, as far as in the past when it came to museums that came before this body, Augusta Museum of History, Morris Museum of Art, Lucy Laney, and there's probably 1 or 2 more. How do we, in the past, I know that we had them on SPLOS package to help them out. Is that correct?
Okay. operating expenses.
Move the
for-
mic, please.
the
I can't
operating
hear on this end.
expense budgets for the Augusta Museum of History and Lucy Laney are included in the general fund.
Okay.
Those two organizations are funded through the appropriation process. And kind of going back to Commissioner Johnson's question, there is a whole process and required documents. They have to submit an audited financials along with their budget request in order for those agency appropriations to go forward and to be considered. So there is a process that the commission set up some years ago, and I can't remember the exact one. I'm going to say 2007, 2008, in order to submit those requests.
In order to start this process for Mr. Jollies to fill out, what's the procedure? Can he just discuss this with you after this meeting?
No, sir. He's already done it. We got his budget package, their request. We got it in the mail today, and my office has already been in contact with Mr. Weinstein, yes, to verify something that we didn't understand related to their submission. But we have their submission today for the 2024 budget process consideration in the amount of $25,000.
Okay, so it'll be presented to us during the budget session.
Yes, sir. We're on track. It's in the process.
All right, so with them being the tourist attraction and probably the longest standing building as far as the center guide here in Augusta, Georgia, you know, that brings value. And it brings people that comes in from outside the area, and hopefully during the budget session that it'll be on the line item.
Okay. Yes, sir. There is another methodology to receive funding for organizations that generate tourism dollars and
CVB.
Overnight stays, and that is through the hotel motel tax, the 1% that goes to the Convention and Visitors Bureau for re-granting.
Right.
So that is a process that we pay the CVB to administer on our behalf. So that is an additional pool of funding that is available.
Thank you, Ms. Donna. Sean Fradham, if you could just, with you on the CVB, can we hopefully get the process started?
Yeah, we're already talking about it through other organizations, so it's already going through. So, yeah.
Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Yes, sir. Director Williams, can you just come back for just a quick moment? I don't have any. I have really easy questions.
Okay.
It's more so request. Can you get us? You mentioned. So let me back up. First question is: you mentioned a few museums are already in our general budget, correct?
Yes.
Which museums are those?
Lucy Laney and Augusta Museum of History.
Okay, Lucy Laney and the Augusta Museum of History. Wonderful. Okay, can you provide us with some type of? You mentioned the processes that that's already in place that was approved some time ago. Do you remember how long ago that process was approved?
I'm guessing 2007, 2008, because we have adjusted that process so that they are required to submit financial reports for anything over. I can't remember if the threshold is 20 or 25. They're required to have an audited set of financial statements. Anything under that, they're required to have a review from an outside CPA.
Okay, I'd like to add to the next committee agenda, Finance Committee agenda, that process, a review of that process as well as the CVB's process, so that we can make a review of that. So if you can get that to us in the form of an email, just those two processes you mentioned, so that we could potentially have that as a review in 2 weeks. Because we're going to keep getting these requests, and I want to make sure that if folks come in asking for dollars, that we have an across-the-board way of doing that, also in a way that doesn't put extra burden on people who are looking for funding. So I would like to have that on the agenda.
The audit process is a burden, that's according, but it gives Augusta the assurance that the funds that have been allocated to that organization are spent appropriately.
Understood. But I believe it's also a barrier that some folks won't be able to reach. And I know we may say, well, if they can't reach it, then they don't get our money. But for instance, I'm not going to go into all that. But the point that I'm making is, I believe that we can make sure that accountability is in place without putting hurdles in the way from folks getting funding. And I know this is going off on a different topic, but if we can just get that in the email, we can put it on the agenda for review. Okay.
I can get I can provide you with our process. I will connect with the CVB because they administer that process, and I can get their list of requirements
That'd be
and
fine.
have them for you.
Thank you so much. And Mr. Jolly, as the budget process continues, the finance department will look at your request, and as the budget process continues, I'm sure someone will be back in touch with you, and you'll have an opportunity to come back here and make your pitch again. But thank you for coming today, and we hope that we'll be able to help in any way.
We certainly appreciate
Yes,
it.
sir. Thank you.
Do you know whether we'll be on the agenda for the 15th?
I don't
for
know.
The full commission?
I don't have the ability to think that far ahead, Mr. Jollies. But this item, we will take it as information today. And so I don't think that you'll be on the agenda on the 15th. I could be wrong. I don't think that you will be. No, sir. But the next time where there's a budget, the budget cycle, and then we have our public comment opportunity, then you can get back on the agenda then.
We certainly appreciate y'all's time today.
Sounds good. Thank you, sir. Can I have a motion to receive as information, please?
Motion to receive.
Is there a second? I'll second that motion. Ms. Bonner, can we take it without, you can't do it. Ms. Bonner, can we take that without objection?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Finance Committee is adjourned. Thank you, committee members. Well, I'm sorry. No, it's not. We have one more item.
Okay.
We have one more item. Item 2.
Item 2 is to approve the minutes of the Finance Committee held on June 13th, 2023.
I don't consent because I don't want my colleagues to leave early. There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second. Without objection?
Without objection.
Without objection. Committee meeting is adjourned. Thank y'all.
All right, Madam Chair, I'd like to call public safety to order, please. Okay, if there are no objections from my colleagues, I'd like to consent items number 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6.
I have a question before we move forward on voting on this or approving this.
Okay. Go ahead.
This is for Mr. Jackson. Are you prepared to speak on item 3, or should we move that to full commission next week?
Chief Burden is prepared to provide an update on this item.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Other than that, are we good, though, with consenting items 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6?
Motion to approve as stated.
Okay, got a motion. Anybody want a motion? Second? Okay, voting. Okay. All right.
That motion carries with Mr. Mason out.
Okay. All right, we'll go to number 3.
Item number 3 is a motion to approve amendment number 1 to the RFP 18149 Emergency Management System Services Ambulance Billing Contract to extend terms and to authorize the mayor to execute all appropriate documents.
All right. Chief Burden, good to see you today.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Mr. Mayor, and esteemed commission. This extension will allow not only the department to ensure that there is no lapse in service, but also afford the department additional time to work with procurement to create and put out a new RFP for those services.
Okay. Let's see.
Well, I have a question, Madam Chairman.
All right, Commissioner Garrett.
Chief, what exactly are these services you're talking about? Is this for Augusta's ambulances that are running? Is this to bill?
Yes, sir. This is for Augusta's one ambulance.
Okay. Question in reference to that, since we have an ambulance service, is there a reason why we're still running our ambulance for calls and being paid for it?
That is a good question, sir. I can tell you that this body has not taken an action to stop the use of that one ambulance.
We actually did back in 2020, I believe, 2019.
It's actually been in use even prior to my tenure.
I understand. Yep. But I do recall that there was a motion, and fairly sure the Commissioner Hassan out in the public out there will remember that, where this was actually stopped, and I believe it was your motion, wasn't it? So I'm just curious why we're still running ambulances for calls and when we have a contracted ambulance company.
That's a good question. Once again, that was
It has been no change in that since in my tenure. So prior to me coming on, that has been the status.
Well, I'd like to make a motion that we look back at those previous minutes to find where we stopped this service, and maybe reconsider this at next week's full commission.
Okay. All right. Before we go with your motion, I've got Commissioner Williams in the queue.
Yeah, because I'm confused. You said this is for the one ambulance?
Yeah.
That the fire department is running?
Yes, sir.
Did you start back running this one because of the pandemic, or?
Once again, Commissioner, the operation of this one unit has been in place prior to my tenure here. So what changes were made in regards to the ambulance were done prior to my tenure?
Attorney Brown, did you want to say something? If you may, Chair.
Go ahead, Attorney Brown. Go ahead, please. You up?
I'm not sure all the details and maybe moving it forward, and so can look back at the motion, but I believe that suspension of the ambulance for a given period of time, and that expired, so that means the ambulance will run, if my memory is correct.
Well, and that's one of the reasons why I wanted to look to see exactly how that looked on the floor.
Okay, so Commissioner Garrett, your motion is to
bring it back next week after we get that information in regards to when we pause service.
Next week?
Yes, sir.
During commission meeting?
Yep.
And we're gonna have a discussion as to why this ambulance is running? I mean,
either that or put it on the next committee.
I don't care. I just didn't know that we were running an ambulance. I thought it all had stopped. You wanna?
May I say something?
What? I'm thinking next committee.
Okay, I'm good with that. I'll amend my motion to next committee.
Okay, I'll second that motion. Okay, we got a motion and a second, so voting.
You don't want to.
Thank you, Chief Bird.
People in the queue? Me?
Oh, I'm sorry. There were a few in the queue. All right. Well, we'll have it on the next committee.
Madam Chair,
yes,
if ma'am. Can we clarify what action we just taken on 3? There was a motion, but there wasn't a second. But to take this to the next committee.
I seconded it. Yes, ma'am. I seconded it. And with it going to the next committee meeting, that way it was requested by the administrator. Okay. We can ask questions. We can still ask. I can Okay, I guess we'll ask these questions when it's on the next meeting. Thank you.
All right. That motion carries with Mr. Mason out.
All right. Well, that concludes public safety. Thank y'all.
Yes.
Admin Services.
Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
Lewis.
Yes, ma'am.
You're up.
I'd like to call Administrative Services to order. Madam Clerk, do we have any additions?
No, sir, nor deletions. Request.
Thank you, ma'am. I'd like to consent number 1, number 3, number 5, and number 6, please.
Motion to approve as stated.
Second.
It's been motioned and second. Ready to vote?
1, 3, and 5.
That motion carries. It's unanimous. Ms. Scott absent today.
Thank you, Ms. Bonner. We'll take up item number 2, please.
Item number 2 is a motion to approve the RFP 23850 professional services for executive recruiting services to Developmental Associates LLC in the amount of $31,750.
Thank you, ma'am. Is Ms. Rucker? Attorney Brown?
Ms. Ruckert had to leave due to a family matter just a few moments ago on this matter. But in addition, the law department is have this proposed contract under review. The RFP was handled, but in addition, the law department is reviewing this contract. There are a few required clauses that need to go into the contract that we are drafting. But I think the purpose of this motion was to inform the commission that the RFP had been fulfilled and was ready for commission vote to approve it, subject to the law department's review.
Thank you, Attorney Brown. Having heard that, I do have a few of my colleagues in the queue. So go to my colleague from the 7th.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question for the attorney.
Yes, sir.
Just going to throw it all out there. Do you believe that the fact that the firm that was chosen with the former administrator being on the team of executives of the firm that was chosen, that that's a conflict of interest?
I could not render an opinion of that. One, I'm not aware of any facts regarding that. I'm not aware of any facts of the structure of the firm that was chosen, as this was just an RFP. It was not under any specific legal review. This is the first that I'm hearing of it, so I could not render an opinion on that matter.
Does this body have the ability to make sure she's not involved in the hiring process through the company if they were selected?
Yes, I believe that could be easily achieved.
Okay, because I just think that's a concern of mine. I've heard that she does other business with the city as well in a consulting manner, but during the hiring process and the fact that she was in the position, that's just a little concerning. So I would hope that we would look at all factors when it comes to the other hiring companies as well, because that's just a tough one for me to swallow. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Garrett?
Thanks, sir. I actually have a question in regards to the scoring on this RFP. Is there anybody here that could speak to that?
Jerry Sims.
Ms. Sims, could you come to the podium, please?
Thank you. My question is hopefully fairly simple to understand. What is the scale for your scoring? I see where some items on here for a few of the different vendors were scored at over 100. How do you score over 100, or is your scale greater than 100?
Actually, the score itself, the maximum is 500 points.
No, I'm just talking about per item. I see where it's like somebody scored a 106.3.
Yeah. It's a weighted.
Weighted.
Score.
Well, I'm looking at what you gave us, so I'm just trying to understand your RFP. Okay. I understand that you got the. Never mind. So, in reference to this, was there any extra weight given for local involvement from the previous administrator? Is that how this firm scored so high?
Repeat your question, because I heard something there that caused me some concerns. Your question was?
Was there any extra weight given for, I know that certain things are weighted differently and higher if there's like a local firm or whatever, and I was just asking if that was part of this, since the previous administrator was part of this and she is still local.
Okay, let me be absolutely.
Can you talk into the mic, please?
Certainly. Let me be absolutely clear as it relates to the former administrator. There was no scores given. There was no consideration given. we made sure that it was a fair process. We made sure that the current administrator did not take any part in this process. We made absolutely, positively, unequivocally sure that there were no points given due to the former administrator being a part of a team, that Augusta cannot say that she's going to participate in the recruiting of the administrator.
So how do you guarantee that?
Because I've spoken with the vendor of concern, and he has read some of the articles.
Attorney Brown, is that some language that we could interject into the contract?
At this point, I could only say I assume that would be possible, but I don't want to overstep because I'm not involved in this administration. This is what Commissioner Frampton brought up a few minutes ago about the former administrator. This is news to me. So, but I think it is clear from what the procurement director is saying, it is their intention that this procurement not involve the former administrator, and therefore I would assume there would be no resistance from the company to exclude her from any activity.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Commissioner from the first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I forgot what my question was. I think that being that the attorney hasn't had opportunity to really dig into this, that we should just simply, I would suggest forwarding this to the full commission without recommendation, or to the next committee meeting, just to give our attorney time to dig through it. Because these types of matters are important, so I definitely understand where the concern comes from. So I'd like to just make a motion to forward this to the next committee cycle.
We have a motion on the floor.
Unless y'all want.
We still got people in the queue.
Next commission?
Can we talk first? Sorry.
Well,
let's hold that vote up. We're going to recognize Commissioner
yes, sir.
from the 10.
You ready? Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, my concern is when we originally decided to go out for administrator, one of my colleagues, and he put the parameters about make sure that there was nobody that within the last 3 years that wasn't working, and we respected that. That had anything to do with that couldn't apply. I respected that. With this issue right here of a former administrator that's working with this company, I looked at this company, and then I looked at Baker Tilly, and I Googled, what does Baker Tilly do? Well, Baker Tilly is a leading advisory CPA firm providing clients with a genuine coast-to-coast and global advantage in major regions in the U.S. They are the world's leading financial centers of New York, San Francisco, Los Angeles, and Chicago. So I don't know how they would be actually in the run, not being a headhunter. So if my colleagues wouldn't mind, I would actually see if y'all be willing to take the conflict of interest completely out of this picture, go with the Sunshine Enterprise, which is actually the midstream, the middle of the road headhunter, and that's actually their profession, is to look for potential people in what we're looking for. And plus it's in the southeastern part of the United States is the area that we're trying to stay in as well. If y'all take that in consideration, that would be nice. But you know, if we move forward any other way, I think it's going to be some conflicts. It's going to be a media haven. I don't know. The attorney said he don't know if he could put that word in there and there, but you might want to consider that. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Great job.
I think we have Commissioner Johnson in the queue?
Yes, sir.
No,
Thank you.
No, you got Commissioner Williams
Commissioner
first.
Johnson is first. Look at
Commissioner Johnson
look
is
at your
first.
order,
Commissioner
then.
Williams.
Look at your order.
Gotcha.
Commissioner Johnson.
He's already been speaking.
Look at your order, brother. All right.
Hurry up. Hurry up.
So, two questions. Number one, Attorney Brown, does next commission meeting give you enough time to look through this? Would next committee meeting be enough time to be able to take a look at this thoroughly for the commission to make a decision?
Commission meeting or committee meeting?
Commission.
Commission meeting.
What did he say? And okay.
So, Ms. Sams, it was recommended, so two things, I'll put both questions in one. It was recommended that we use another person on this list. I'm not sure that we can do that. And with that being under consideration, would next commission meeting be enough time to look at this RFP, gather whatever information we need to suffice the commission's concerns so that we can move forward on a potential search?
Well, part one of your question and your concern was to look at another person.
Well, that wasn't mine. Commissioner Guilfoyle mentioned that we did that.
Yes, sir, but your question was to me.
Well, yes, ma'am. So the question basically is that, can we do that? And then secondly, if we can't do that, would next commission meeting be enough time to move forward on the current RFP?
Yes, sir, but let me answer the first part of your question.
Yes, ma'am.
In that, thank you, Mr. Gifford, for suggesting another company, but unfortunately, the company that you suggested did not meet the minimum. They're not, if you look at the scores.
I did look at the score, ma'am.
Yes, sir, but do you see where they are?
We're the middle of the road.
What does that?
What do you consider to be the middle of the road?
They're not the highest, they're not the lowest. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, you mind if I respond?
No, yes, you can respond.
Okay. They wasn't the highest, but they wasn't the lowest. But the first one is a conflict with the former administrator. The second one, Baker Tilly, what I'm saying as far as the research out of Chicago, Illinois, is that they is more of an accountant CPA firm, financial group, with over 30,000 employees strong. This Sunshine Enterprise, which you have on here, and then you have two other one after that. It's based out of Florida, which their main focus is being a headhunter. That was the only reason why I was saying. Just because it's recommended by staff to go after the highest one, this body could choose and deem anyone they want at that moment.
Well, my question to you then, sir, if that's what you feel, I will have to accept it, but I will professionally have to disagree with it.
That's fine.
And so to the second part of that, next commission, does that give us
Yes,
enough
sir,
time?
of course it will be.
Thank you, Ms. Sams. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Sam. Commissioner Williams.
So I want to say to, because I'm not on this committee, are you going to amend your motion to go to the next commission
It depends
meeting?
on what you say.
Well, I just want you to go to the next commission meeting because he said he'll second that.
I'll support that. I'll amend that motion to the next full commission.
To the August 15th meeting?
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Frandon.
Second. I just was second.
To forward it to the commission meeting on the 15th.
Is that the full commission meeting? It's been motioned and second that we forward this information to the full commission meeting. Are we ready to vote?
That motion carries. It's unanimous.
Thank you, Ms. Bonner. Next item.
Item number 7, discuss the adoption No, receive
Let's go
as
back.
information, number 4. Receive as information a presentation by the Downtown Development Authority.
Do we have a representative from the DDA?
We do.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Mayor, and to the Commission. On behalf of the Downtown Development Authority and Board of Directors, we would like to thank you for this time sharing the DDA's record-setting year, exciting projects, and what lies ahead. As Ms. Woodard will explain to you further, the Downtown Augusta has continued to come through the other side of the pandemic with resilience, creativity, and opportunity. Over 150 entrepreneurs, developers, organizations have chosen to open their business and locate their project in or near the Broad Street corridor. The DDA has successfully brought in grant dollars in the tune of over $4 million for improvement and new investment in downtown Augusta, including the downtown corridor from James Brown Boulevard to Augusta Commons, the Micro Enterprise Center, which will activate commerce in the city, a city-owned business, a city-owned building that is, and cultivate business growth and workforce development in the central business district and beyond. We are so appreciative of our strong relationship with the city and know that the collaboration is tantamount for our community success. Again, we want to thank you for having us, and we look forward to continued opportunities that we will be able to support public projects, generate new revenue, and enrich the tapestry of downtown Augusta. Now I'll pass over to my colleague, our director.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Margaret Woodard, and I'm the executive director, and it's a pleasure to be here today. I know you all are tired, so I'm going to go through this presentation as quickly as I can, and we'll answer any questions at the end. We did have another record-breaking year in downtown Augusta. As you can see, we had a net gain of 47 new businesses, 11 expansions, and this percentage is for Commissioner Jordan Johnson. We had 36.2% of the businesses that opened up were minority or women-owned. And I want to put this in perspective. Last year, we had 53 new businesses open up, 6 expansions, and about 31% were minority firms. So we have increased, and we've started off with a great year. The private investment numbers are the completion of the row on Slayton Street, the 170 market rate apartments, and also the Village on 5th, which was another project with 54 units. Housing is really picking up a lot of momentum right now in downtown. I did this PowerPoint, I think, about 2 weeks ago, and these numbers are already outdated. The units that have broken ground to date, I think you all have heard about King Mill. That's 245 units. So the units that have broken ground this past year are 421 units, and units that are on the drawing board, which would include the Atticus, the James, the Lamar Building, the Marion Building, and a couple of other projects. There is a project being discussed on Upper Broad at 13th. That would take us to 715. So we could have a total of about 1,136 new living units in the next couple of years, which would be amazing for downtown. Thank you for approving that lease today for 600 Broad. As you all are aware, we received $2.35 million in funds from Senator Warnock's office to build the first micro enterprise center in downtown Augusta. We have completed all the work with the SBA that's required. We have received the funding. It is in a bank account right now. We have a signed MOU with Augusta Tech, who will be one of our educational partners on the project, and we are moving forward with planning. We also submitted a grant for a phase 2. We feel like we've got an opportunity right now to really build an ecosystem for entrepreneurs. We were not successful with that grant, but we'll continue to look for funding for that, and that was $3.5 million. So we will finish phase 1 of the Microenterprise Center in June of 2023. So about a year down the road. We also received the Kemp grant for $1.76 million, and I've got to really thank the city. I've got to thank Interim Director Takia Dowse. I've really got to thank Dr. Malik. This is a project that started in 2015 with completion of the convention center. And when you got out of the car at the new parking deck, you saw Jones Street. You really didn't see a very pretty picture. And so we started this discussion, and we actually had drawings. We just couldn't find the funding for it. And then during the pandemic, all these businesses opened up on the 9th Street corridor. It was amazing. You had Bike Baby and Lizzie's Mediterranean, and you had Vance's Bakery Bar, and you had Draft Society, and you had Taste. And you had all these businesses that opened up. And this, if you can look at the picture here, this is that alley that'll go from James Brown Boulevard, and and you will have direct access to the Augusta Common from this connection. There are 2 property owners that are going to donate parts of their buildings, the non-historic parts. I want to make that very clear. Where we can cut through and go to the commons. So we appreciate the city's partnering with us on that project. As far as design goes, we finished Freedom Bridge, as everybody is aware. That's now kind of a tourist or a destination for people, and a lot of the facilities and things that they use are in the marina. So we worked with Francis and Beth Christian to get new sustainable picnic tables and furniture for the 5th Street Marina, and we did it with our SPLOST 7 funding. Thanks to Georgia Power, who gives us $50,000 every year. We were able to award 9 facade grants last year that we're very excited about. And these facades include, this is the Lucky Spot on Laney Walker Boulevard that you can see. We also did a lot of restaurants downtown. We did Phenomenal, Bee's Knees, and Pineapple Inc. All were recipients. We're out of the funding. We're just about done, and we're hoping that Georgia Power will continue to fund this initiative. You all gave us $250,000 in American Relief Funds to work on blight, and we are making some headway. We have done an inventory of the buildings that we believe are blighted on the Broad Street corridor. Currently, there are 13 buildings that are on the list, but we've taken a step further. We are working with you all. I know Commissioner Johnson has worked on some ordinances. I know that there are lots of ordinances concerning blight, but what we want to do on our next step is sit down with the questionnaire and talk to the property owners. We want to find out what their challenges are. Are these buildings that have been vacant for 30 years and there's no intention of doing anything, or are these buildings that have gotten in the hands of someone new who is trying to figure out how to work the landscape, what funding is available? So that's going to be the next step. And we're also in discussion with Vincent School of Business. We're in touch with GMA and Augusta University to help us on some creative solutions. We got the kiosk done for downtown. That's going to have all of the streetscape projects on it, and also calendar of events for downtown. That's been a tremendous success, and they're also tracking our foot traffic. We just finished the first public service announcement, working with John Ussery and Benish on driving everyone to AugustaDTP.com to sign up and get their updates on what's going on downtown. And we just finished a project that was a partnership with the Chamber and the 5th Street Bridge. Freedom Bridge now has Wi-Fi and a landing page. So very excited about that. We've partnered with both chambers and done ribbon cuttings in the last year. We sponsored some events that bring people downtown. We were a big proponent of Small Business Saturday in November and Juneteenth, and we were happy to sponsor those events. This page right here is the $750,000 that's American Relief Funds for downtown cleaning, the ACE program, which you all are aware of. We have been overseeing this project for 2 years. They are the workers you see downtown that are cleaning up and pushing trash cans and pressure washing our sidewalks. And I have to say, I left a ribbon cutting yesterday at 10:30 and drove down Broad Street, and it was pristine. It was gorgeous. So this has been a very successful project. These we are required to send to Dr. Malik and Ms. Williams quarterly reports on what's going on. And the statistics you're looking at are from July of last year to June of this year. So these were the pressure washing hours, the special projects that they've done. And special projects include the parking wells, painting of railings, things like that, where they just jump in and do things that maybe the city normally would do. So we have that MOU, I believe we're done in April of next year. And that has been a very successful program. We partnered with Ronique and the Black Chamber of Commerce a couple of months ago. There is a new funding mechanism through GMA, and we had Commissioner Rusty Haygood come into town. It's called the SSBCI loan. It's for minority businesses, and it also, the funding levels are phenomenal. It's for mid-size projects where we could never get the right funding, and there was a SSBCI 1, and that was very complicated. This one is great. You can borrow from $10,000 to $5 million on this, and we invited banks because the banks have to sign up for this program. And this week we got 2 loans approved. Our first loans here in Augusta that we're very excited about. One is a project that's trying to open on Broad Street, Miami Vibes, and then we're working very closely with Asian and his family to expand his restaurant that is on Green Street. So, all right, looking ahead, these are your, I'm gonna stop here. I'm gonna end on a good note, good exciting note. This is where we are so far this year. We've had 19 businesses open up. We've had 15 businesses announced, so that's a total of 34 with 3 expansions. I just talked about Asian and the Brunch House trying to relocate and expand downtown, and our phones are really ringing with smaller projects, which is what we're here for. The big projects are great, but the smaller ones are your eggs and bacon, and what really make downtown. And there's so many programs. Kemp has rolled out a fairly new program for workforce housing. We're trying to get up to speed on those, and so we are literally sitting down with so many people on a weekly basis and trying to figure out how to get their projects done. And we're very excited. What else is on? Lamar Building is under contract. That will be 76 market rate apartments. Marion Building is trying to close. That would be 50 plus apartments and about a $52 million investment in downtown Augusta. We still have a whole lot of work to do. We really do. But I think we've made great momentum in the last couple of years, and we will keep moving forward. And again, I really want to chime in on what Pastor Booker said. We couldn't do it without y'all and some of our other partners downtown. And when we collaborate, we can get a lot of great things done. Thank you.
Thank you, Executive Director Woodard. I have 2 of my colleagues in the queue. Thank you for that presentation. We're always excited about what's going on in our downtown area. And with what you've shown us here, it lets us know that there's work being done, and we continue to support all the work and activities that are being done in our downtown area. So again, thank you for sharing, and Pastor Booker. So I'm going to go to my colleague in the 7th.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Margaret, thank you for the presentation. I've been on this commission over 8 years, and to me, this is your shining year and your shining presentation. You didn't get the credit you deserved for the Senator Warnock money, as you were the one that wrote the grant, and other people took a lot more credit than you did. So thank you for that, because you were the champion to make that happen. When you see the streetscape and the Augusta DTP that you talked about, the Freedom Bridge Wi-Fi, all the new openings, that's a banner year. And, I appreciate all your work that you do. You hadn't always got the support from this commission since I've been here, but you're doing great things, and I appreciate you. I do have some questions. The downtown connector timeline, what does that look like? What's the timeline on that?
I believe they're going to start that when they start the TIA projects on Broad Street. And so it'll kind of have that same timeline, a 2-year period.
2 years from when they start.
Yes.
Okay. What is the status of the arches that we've talked about?
The arches that we started during the Obama administration. We're trying to get them installed while Biden is still in office. They're here.
Okay.
The arches are here. They're in storage. We're trying to work out underground utilities. Our hopes are to have them installed, Commissioner Franham, by the end of the year.
End of the year. Awesome. And
I will invite Commissioner Marion Williams
you
to
better.
that, because he will be so excited.
For sure. As far as one of the things I would love to hear maybe next time is what kind of surveys do you do with the business owners, and what kind of feedback do you get from them on kind of the state of downtown in a sense?
We try to, we reach out and meet with them one-on-one or make phone calls. I will say, I think the biggest concern that they may have right at this instant is downtown safety.
Okay.
After the 4th of July and then the shooting of the deputy a couple of weeks ago on Ellis Street. So that is something that we are going to hear from. We keep in very close contact with Patrick Clayton and get the statistics and try to do everything. I think for the most part, they're very happy with the ACE program. I think that's been a tremendous success, and foot traffic seems to be really good. Even with not all of our venues being open, but for the most part, everybody seems happy and healthy and excited about what's coming down the road.
Great. And lastly, I just want to say that you and I, the entertainment district was breached 4, 5, 6 years ago now. And I know that my colleague, Commissioner Johnson, who's now on your board, as well as the mayor, we've all three talked about it. And this is definitely a conversation that we need to have again and try to get the sheriff on board. The sheriff was against it last time. But for us to be a growing city and a vibrant city, we need to look at that and see how we can make it work for this community. I know Commissioner Johnson's going to be bringing it to your board and trying to get some help and seeing what we can do to kind of revive that plan that we had, 5 or 6 years ago.
That is music to our ears, and we would love a seat at the table.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Recognize our colleague from the first, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Margaret, I'll echo Commissioner Franham. Thank you for what you're doing. It has been a complete honor to sit on your board. It's a lot of fun things that we talk about. Anytime I get an opportunity to see you and Reverend Booker, it's always a good time. So thank y'all for your hard work. And again, downtown is not the same downtown that it was when I was a teen coming through downtown Augusta. Totally different downtown. When we're talking about the blighted properties, is there anything that we could do from using the blight ordinance to help with that? Or is this a conversation that we should perhaps have as a board?
I think, Commissioner, I think we can use some portions of the blight ordinance. That's something we need to sit down and look at. I think there are a lot of ways to look at blight. There really are. A property owner could put, the facade in the name of the DDA, and we would hold the facade easement, and we could help funding. There's so many ways to do this. A lot of cities look at empty building taxes. A lot of people look at other ways to try to end blight, but we want to really take our time looking at this, talking to property owners, so that we bring back a program that all of us, because y'all are partners. We can't do this. It may be a ordinance change. It may be we need help here, but we want to make sure that it's a good program that we can all get behind.
And I think that's really the overarching conversation here is what can we do in downtown Augusta that addresses a number of issues, but we do it in a fun way. So like, how do we utilize the Commons on First Friday? How do we utilize special holidays? We do a great job with Christmas. What about New Year's Eve? Ball drops and things like that. So I think we're moving in the right direction. I think this entertainment district is going to be amazing if we're able to stand it up. The potential for downtown is so great, and y'all at the forefront. So not to just keep talking. Thank you for what you're doing, and I look forward to sort of continuing these conversations with you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Go to my colleague from the second.
Not to prolong our time, but I would be so remiss if I didn't personally say thank you for everything that you're doing. We've had several conversations about what's being done downtown, and I appreciate your hard work and your dedication, and also utilizing a lot of our community partners. That means a whole lot, especially as it comes to the businesses. And also I was going to ask about the blighted properties. It seems like every question that pops in my head, Commissioner Johnson asked first. So I don't know what's going on. But you've answered that, and I thank you. So thank you for everything that you and your board are doing.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Again, thank you, Ms. Woodard. Thank you, Pastor Booker. Continue to do the good work that you guys are doing in our downtown area. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Ms. Bonner, we'd like to receive this as information without objection.
Yes, sir.
Next item.
Next item, number 7, discuss the adoption of an environmental justice ordinance.
All righty then. All righty. And since my colleague from the first one in the queue, Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm laughing because Commissioner Frannon was looking at me. A little insider right there. We had this conversation a week or so ago when the Spirit Creek petitioners came about their issue, and an environmental justice ordinance was presented. Well, the idea of an environmental justice ordinance was presented, and I think that it would be in order if the city entertained something, to help protect our environment. So I'm not sure where my colleagues want to go here, but I'm going to make a motion to task legal and planning to draft an ordinance, a potential environmental justice ordinance to be reviewed after all of the town hall meetings have concluded with the community. Because the fact of the matter is you have a lot of these instances that pops up in our community where there's an inert landfill, what's being proposed right now in Dixon Airline. Back in the day, Hyde Park should have never happened. And so, we just really never know what's happening in our community. So I think it'll be helpful. But that's my motion, and we're open for conversation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Before we entertain the motion, my colleague, Mr. Frantham, is in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was going to say that we either go to committee or forward to the full commission, because I'm hearing concerns of how this would be enacted, how it would affect future businesses here. Some things are already in place. It could create more red tape. We don't have qualified people that would be able to handle some of these things. So, and I know that I've asked someone to reach out to the entire commission and given their opinion on the business side of what it would mean, and I don't expect y'all are going to get that until the end of the week. So I'm not prepared to move forward on it. Just me. I mean, I have some concerns about it. So my vote would be to move it to the full commission without a recommendation, just because I can't support it at this time. At least, we can have the discussion next week.
Mr. Johnson.
Yes, sir. This question is to my colleague. If we moved it to you said full commission without recommendation, I know in the past when we've had ordinance conversations, we've drafted ordinances, and that ordinance was presented back to the commission, and we've had a series of workshops around that ordinance. And I will hope that could happen during this process too. So we can be amendable to having a series of workshops after this ordinance has been presented. I would be more than willing to second your motion.
I mean, because the emotion is going to be to task the administrator to draft an ordinance anyway. correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and I just think that everybody needs to, if we go down that path, I don't know that everybody's going to be well educated on it, and we might. I don't know. I'd rather do a workshop than draft an ordinance, I guess, is my point, because I don't know that we need to go down that route just yet until we're educated on the pros and cons of this.
Attorney
Mr.
Brown.
Chairman? Oh, I'm sorry. Yep.
When the item first came up, I had one of our staff attorneys take a preliminary look at environmental ordinances. They're not very popular in the United States presently. Does not mean they should not be done. I'm just simply saying there's not a lot of history of this. It does have impact. Maybe I would suggest that the commission consider, maybe the commission would want to maybe ask or task the administrator's office to gather persons, whether it's environmentalists as well as business people, to have a sit down and talk to see what the concerns would be before we draft an ordinance. Because how the ordinance get drafted, we will need to get certain signals from the commission, but I don't think the commission may not have had a chance to understand all the different components that will go in there and the impact. So I think if we could reverse it to have any kind of workshop regarding what environmental ordinances do, what concerns have arisen in the past, because I understand it may have been cities who have had them who have repealed them as well. And certain ways you draft it can have an impact on the specific applicant for a special exception, or you could draft it where it could broadly affect people and it doesn't hurt one particular applicant. But I just think it's a new field that we need to explore before we actually draft an ordinance. The law department does not want to have to put our personal point of view on what should be in the ordinance. We would like to get some direction from the commission.
So are those some of the implications that you just outlined, or would you be willing to share some of the other implications? You said they're not popular throughout the United States. Some have even been repealed. So what are some of the implications?
Yeah, I hope I didn't use the word popular, but I'm not saying they're not popular. They're not widespread, and it may not be because they're disliked or anything. It may just not be so well known or well used. Of course, any additional regulations, business usually try to avoid it, but that's not the final criteria, because there has to be some kind of balance, but at least it should be taken into consideration, because it takes money to evaluate the effect, the environmental effect on a particular use, and that's where the money comes in, because then you have to have an environmental expert to try to predict what is going to be the effect of this use. And who's going to pay for that? Is that the city, or does it require the company to hire an expert to say, hey, we certified this doesn't have an environmental effect or what it is, and then the city balances it out? I'm saying this is not a run-of-the-mill ordinance to draft.
So is your recommendation that we explore this a little more, get the administrator involved with the right people, and get enough people in the boat to make an informed decision as to whether we want to go this route of having this environmental ordinance? Is that your recommendation?
Yes, sir. I think that would be helpful, because we may have some people on staff who will be involved, but citywide, I can't think of but a few which may be involved in utilities and engineering that may have that kind of study or impact, but certainly we would need more people in the city. And I will also say, even if we draft an ordinance, before it could be amended, we would have to, by our current code, anytime there's a amendment to the zoning code, and this is what this is all about, our zoning ordinance, the planning commission, after we prepare the ordinance, the planning commission still, we have to refer it to the planning commission for them to hold the public hearing after we have drafted the ordinance, but I'm suggesting that we have some type of workshops and gather people so we can decide if this is even a road we want to go down.
Thank you. I recognize my colleague from the 7th.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion that we task the administrator to bring all parties together to bring back the second September committee meeting, because she's out and with the holiday, like I don't know if they can even get done until the second committee meeting in September.
Yeah, I'll second that.
Thank you. It's been motion and second that we invite and gather more information via our interim administrator and move this to our September committee meeting.
Second.
The second one.
The second.
On the
committee
second.
meeting. No, the second committee
The
meeting. in
second
September.
committee, which will be the 4th in September. Oh,
No. Oh, go ahead.
the second.
The second committee meeting, not,
Right.
yes,
That-
sir.
yes,
That would be the last committee
fourth,
meeting in
yeah,
September.
that's what I was referring to, the 4th week in September, the 4th meeting.
Yes, sir.
Are we ready to vote?
No, sir. Deputy
Oh,
Administrator
I didn't
Jackson.
see him in.
No, I appreciate the clarification. So we're not having a separate workshop, is that what I understood?
No
Or we-
workshop.
but
This
the
will be a workshop.
Conducted at the committee meeting?
Yes,
Okay,
with
thank you.
all involved parties. The administrator, we'll task the administrator to get environmental, business people, everybody involved in this workshop to move forward.
Yes, sir,
And be
understood.
presented at that second meeting.
And be presented at the second committee meeting.
Thank you.
Point of clarification, Mr. Chairman. Will that committee be presenting their findings at that committee, at that meeting? Or will they be just presented as the committee at that meeting?
Well, this motion is to task the administrator to schedule a work session to explore the creation of the environmental justice ordinance with necessary staff and associated parties.
So that meeting will be taking a report, basically.
Yeah, that they would. Yeah, that my vote was that they would meet and then they would give us the report
Report,
back on
right.
the 26th.
Seven,
That's why we
yeah.
gave you a little bit more time.
Right.
Yeah,
We
this-
wanted y'all to meet and
Right.
bring back.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll get with you.
Making sure.
Okay.
So, Mr. Frowner made motion, my colleague, Mr. Johnson, seconded the motion.
Yes.
Are we ready to vote?
We're going to do a roll call, if that's okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Lewis,
Yes.
Mr. Franham,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Johnson.
Yes, ma'am.
That motion carries. It's unanimous.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. No further business from the Administrative Service Committee. This meeting is adjourned.